Hey, what's up? It's Sunday. Most people, Sunday sucks, right? It's like the beginning of the week. Sunday night, it's like, ugh, gotta go to bed and go to work. But not for me. I don't have a real job. Ha ha! And even when I did have a real job, it was a little odd because my work week usually started Sunday earlier in the day, like 3 p.m., or Saturday at 3 p.m. So for me, it was always like Thursday night was my Friday night, and then Friday night was my Saturday night, unless I had to go in. Thursday nights were the good night. That's it. That's what I'm trying to say. But for most people, Sunday night, you're like, work tomorrow. Yeah, I know the feeling. Anyways. Oh, sure, go Rams. Dude, you can be up at like 3 a.m.? That's probably when I'll be done tonight. Anyways. Normal America Show, host robnoerr. Oh, boy, look at this. Some OGs. 4 people chatting so far. All 4 of them. Oh, they're 5. 5 for 5. People that I happen to really like. And then Crisco. Go Rams is my brother in real life. Balsania, Spiro, Kurt there, IB Weldon, Amicad. Thank you guys for being here. It's great to be here, everyone. Man, I got some good news today, though I do have some bummy news. Not really. A little bit bummy. Some people are going to be disappointed in me. So I apologize for that, but we'll get to that in a second. But it was a pretty good day. I can't complain. Got some work stuff coming up. Looks like some projects that I won't be able to. Oh, shit. Oh, man. So tonight's show is just going to be playing Where There's a Whip, There's a Way for 4 hours. It'll be playing the song or people paying to not have the song played. That's it. That's going to be the entire show tonight. So, Lasserbot, my friend, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. $20 says, get cracking, oh Lord of the Lash. As you know, any $20 donation plays the whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
That's very good. No one's above the whip. The bar to play the song is very low. Yes, well said. Not only, like, I've decided, because I've been doing the, like, the grip stuff and whatever, just sporadically while I'm streaming, because it's something you could do. I figure each time the song plays, I'll focus on that. And to be fair, my arms are going to look like Popeye's arms by the end of this. I was hoping we could get through, like, one serious segment without the whip song. But here we are. Unless I do the stream this way, Damien. I could just talk about my day like this. But I don't want to do that because it sounds pretty effeminate, we'll say. What's up, BOD? Man, it's great to see everyone. So what was I saying? The disappointment. So let me disappoint everyone. Let me give you the bad news first. It's not super bad news, but it's not the greatest. So last night I go downstairs and my son is in bed, my bed with my wife, and he was having a lot of trouble sleeping last night. He was having some stomach pains. And it's hard with a little kid like that to determine what kind of stomach pains. Is it like sick, like you feel like you have diarrhea? Or is it heartburn? Or is it like cramping? But the poor guy was up off and on all night. and he woke up this morning and was not feeling great. And so we thought we might have to take him to the doctor. I was very excited that this morning was going to be my first official Catholic Mass, and unfortunately, we did not make it. Now, my son ended up being okay. We kept him at home. He slept in, got up, and was feeling better. I think probably what happened was he was outside playing all day yesterday. And I think that playing out in the heat, sweating a little, and just maybe running around and playing like he was playing basketball and stuff, things that he normally doesn't do. I think maybe he just had some stomach cramping or his muscles were tight. But it was a bummer because I did miss church. So we'll officially start next week, hopefully barring any illnesses or anything of that nature. Though there's a chance I'll miss next week too. But is it humid where I am? It hasn't been really. So, anyways, that's that. Good news. So I can't really talk details, but I have a lot of in-person stuff coming up. Not all of it will be stuff that's going to be streamed. Some of it might be for projects for me behind the scenes, projects for the Crucible behind the scenes. I'm not at liberty to talk about a lot of it, but I think that it's going to be some very good stuff for my channel and other people's channels coming up. So nothing written in stone. So it's sort of bad news because there might be like 4 or 5 days at a time where it's going to be difficult for me to stream because I'll be jet setting across the country, maybe to California, maybe to Texas, maybe to Nashville, maybe to Florida. So that's just the way it's going to be. Maybe Alaska, maybe Abu Dhabi. You'll have no idea. Gizmo, thanks so much, man. That means a lot. $5 says prayers go out to Hank. He had a very good day after he got some sleep. So you might, I might come on here one day and say, hey, tomorrow I got to fly out somewhere. So I'm not going to be able to stream for the next 3 days. I'll still try to take my laptop and see what I could do, but you know how it is. But I assure you, every in-person thing that I have coming up behind the scenes, I think that 99% of my audience is going to be like, fuck yeah, that's going to be awesome. Might involve me working with really big streamers in the political sphere and outside the political sphere, or helping to set up projects, other things. Like, for example, it might be some things like modern day debate, helping set up debate con type events, things of that nature. So the sky's the limit. I've kept myself available to help out with any project that I can. So I think it's good news for all of us. But obviously, it's not my place. A lot of these things aren't me setting it up. So I'll leave other people talk about the details when they occur. So there you go. So it's going to be good news. So had a lot of meetings today. One of the meetings that I can talk about was talking to my merch guy, who I'm going to go meet in person tomorrow. So definitely working on stuff to build the show. Having said that, it might be a little late tomorrow, the call-in show during the day. We're still going to try to make it by noon, but there is a chance that it might be 12:30 or 1 o'clock. But yeah, that's it. Nah, I wasn't watching Modern Day today. So there you go. Merch. We're getting it. It should be good. So hopefully that's something. The little marquee board that I'm going to be hanging up on the wall there with the chat of the week. Incidentally, this week it's Abject Fool. That should be here Tuesday. So hopefully I'll have that sign set up by Tuesday evening. So yeah, all good news. The challenge coins. Throw out the challenge code and say, hey, I think you're doing a really great job, Mr. President. Maybe I have a meeting scheduled with Trump. Maybe not. I'll let you all decide. I'm not confirming or denying that Donald Trump's one of the meetings that I have. Could be, maybe not. Also, I will say this, that for some reason, Hillary Clinton's team reached out to me and wants me to meet in a back alley somewhere in Arkansas. They told me to come alone. So I'm very excited for that. I don't know what could be being discussed there. It should be a lot of fun. But yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what Hillary's team has to say. So I'll keep you guys posted after the fact. Should be a lot of fun. So robnoerr mentioned get a red of the 34 NFA. I'll have to look into it. I didn't. Watch out for shallow puddles, of course. I don't want to get my shoes muddy. Trying to support me and Jake at the same time. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but hey, Postal Joe, thanks so much, $10. I think I'm allowed to say that. Thank you, man. If you go into some big shows, please bring a cheap recording device with the whip song. Just have it like subtly playing in my pocket the entire time. People be like just so you can ever so faintly like, what the hell is that sound? What is going on? I think I can announce this. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset about this. Tomorrow I will be hosting the extravaganza with Jake Rattlesnake. That will be a Rumble exclusive over on the Crucible's Rumble channel. That's going to be, I believe, at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So it should not affect either of my shows. I'll still be doing the noon show, and I'll be doing the evening show, the 10 p.m. show. But I'll be triple streaming. Afternoon show, dinner time show, and I will be doing the evening show. So Andrew, I think, has a big show lined up tomorrow. I'm not going to spoil that, but he's going to be live in person somewhere. I'm sure. I don't know if he's mentioned it or not. And so I'm going to be filling in for Andrew for a day or two. So I will be on the extravaganza, co-hosting with Jake Rattlesnake. Big shoes to fill with Andrew's shoes. After all, as you know, he's 6'6". Those that have never met him in real life. Oh, Joe, he has announced. Well, just to test you, so I don't accidentally say something. Postal Joe, if you know the show that Andrew is supposed to be doing tomorrow, you go ahead and say. And then if you're right, I'll say, yep, that's the show that he's doing. So, because that would TP, toilet paper. That's right. Andrew Wilson is actually meeting with Charmin representatives tomorrow night and has a big live stream set up with the toilet paper conglomeration. So, yeah, that is the show he's doing, though. TP. If you know, you know. So it'll be a good show there for Andrew as well. So I'm looking forward to it. It's always great to see the Crucible crew kicking ass. So I'm happy to step in, fill in. That'll be a different audience for me. So if you don't know, the extravaganza show is a little more lighthearted. We'll pick on feminists and things like that. Plus, it's a little more R-rated because it's a Rumble exclusive. So finally, all of those slurs that I've been chomping at the bit every day on here to shout. There you go. Chronix got it. So if you're like, oh man, I can't wait to hear Rob like just throw a bunch of slurs around, there you get your chance tomorrow. So that'll be on the Crucible's Rumble channel. Let me see if I can find a link to that, just so I'll put it up. I think it's only fair. So here you have it. You can check out the Crucible's Rumble channel. Yep, there we go. There it is. Check that out. I think you can just go to the Crucible at Rumble. I don't know why it gave me that crazy link there. Yeah. Here's a better link. He has good jeans, but that's not bad. So yeah, there we go. I did see the quartering mentioned that Andrew was going to be on the show, but I have not heard that from Andrew. I assume it's true, but I did see that the quartering said that. So, hey man, upward and onward. My audience here, I think, is the greatest audience online. I cannot thank you guys enough. You're incredibly supportive, but fuck it, man. Let's grow the community anyways. So it'll be my chance. I'm going to get some bigger spotlights on me. And of course, with more eyeballs on me, gives me the chance to do what I really want, which is line up big debates and crush these fucking lefties. Can't wait So with any luck, some personal goals I've set for myself. I want to get back on Tim Cool's evening show, Timcast IRL. I want to get on that. I want to get on. I want to get on Piers Morgan. So those are the two immediate goals that I have. So that's sort of the plan. For tonight, we're still trying to raise $357. That's the goal. Let's see if we can get there. I think we can. This guy, Austin Hall, 2 days ago, just 2 days ago, said 357 a day is highly unreasonable. That's what he thought. 2 days ago, he said that. Outrageous. Outrageous. Now, I just wanted to say, allegedly, I'm just throwing this out there, allegedly, Austin Hall hates the Extravaganza show and doesn't want me to co-host it. Just throwing that out there. See, this is what I'm talking about. No way he said that 2 days ago. Can't you read? Austin Hall, 2 days ago. Jeez. TDS really has just destroyed some of these lefties' brains. Anyways, I've been putting it off to the super chats. Blasterbot, thank you, man. Another $20. Absolutely incredible. Says, did Hillary offer to go on a hunting trip with you? She did not. She told me not to worry about bringing security to come alone. I just know that I think it'll be sort of a back alley exchange of information or something like that. I'm sure it'll all be good. Anyways, $20. As you know, $20. Whip song. Thank you.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
See, Chronic gets it. Yeah. Yep. In real life, it's getting. If you're tired of the whip song, I think it's like a pendulum for me. I think that sometimes I'll be like, whip song, great to hear it. And then other times I'll be like, I can't stand that whip song. I'm firmly in the can't stand whip song right now in that camp. But rules are rules and money's money. So for $20, any $20 donation, unless you expressly say otherwise, whip song. But for $200, you can end the whip song for the evening, unless another $200 donation comes in. So there you have it. Run it one more time. Play $20 and we'll run it one more time. Lord of the Nerds, $2 says, I want a metal version of the whip song. Look, we tried it last night. Rad Dude made it wasn't metal, but you can't replicate. You can't replicate the whip song. It is what it is, There is no improvement upon which could be had. All right. Shall we? We shall. Let's jump on. Looking for my profile here. See some of the pictures. Want to talk about crime today? This is going to be a delete after the stream. We're going to talk about some heavy topics for reals. I mean it. I'm not joking. Only to be intermittently interrupted by people donating $20 to hear the whip song. Letty, $2 says, what's the cost of a hard R? Losing your channel? Lord of the Nerds, $2 says, and maybe a ragtime whip song. Thank you. Now, let us begin, shall we? I don't know. It's weekend, so we're not really focusing heavy on politics, but that's okay. We'll focus on culture some. Tough talks about to come. So maybe by the end of this, some brevity for some whip song will be some good stuff. First off, one thing that I liked growing up, what the hell's going on, was professional wrestling. I was a fan. So probably from the ages like 96, so I would have been like 12. So from probably the ages like 12 to 17, I was a big wrestling fan. I liked the bad guy Rock when he was the corporate Rock. So I like that era like WWE attitude. But I liked the WCW when the NWO came in and all that stuff. I know, nerdy, whatever. I was young. And then about a year ago, I started watching wrestling again because I have two friends that I don't get to see much. And once wrestling went to like whatever, Netflix or whatever, we watched it for like 2 or 3 months. Then I got tired of it and I don't watch much anymore. But suffice it to say, older wrestling, stuff like that, I was interested in. Yeah, you get it. You know where we're going. Yeah, there was a corporate elbow, all right. So this next story, first story we'll be covering today, about crime. You'll start to see a theme, by the way. There's an MMA fighter named Rampage Jackson. I remember him. The first time I ever saw Rampage Jackson, I think, maybe I'm just total false memories here, but before, well, I guess, I don't know if before is the right word. At the early stages of MMA, before UFC was like totally dominant, there was a MMA league called Pride Fighting Championship, I think was out of Japan. And I'd casually watched some UFC back in the day. I remember people had like bootleg VHSs of like UFC 1 and UFC 2 back when it was like the Wild West. Where you just have like big giant bouncers fighting like jiu-jitsu guys. It's like crazy. I don't even think there were weight divisions. Anyway, I think if I'm not mistaken, at the first UFC, someone got a tooth kicked out into the like crowd. It's crazy. Anyways, so I knew of that going into college, but then in college, I remember my roommate was big into MMA, and I don't know if we watched it live. I think we got a tape, but it was right around the time that this event happened live, and it was Pride FC had like a, I don't know what, light heavyweight or something like that, whatever weight division it was. It had a tournament to see who the champion would be, and it's sort of crazy because when nowadays it would seem ridiculous. Nowadays, there'll be a big fight. Conor McGregor's fighting Khabib, and it'll be advertised for like months, and it'll sell out, and, you know, whatever. This was like, imagine instead of that, it was like an 8-person tournament. And so Conor fights Khabib in round 1, and then there's 3 other round 1s. And then Conor's back in the ring if he wins. More like Khabib would win, nonetheless. It's crazy. So the champion would have to win 3 matches. And I remember it was like Chuck Liddell and Vanderlei Silva, and I think Mirko Cro Cop. I might be screwing up some of these people. I think Rampage Jackson was in that tournament. I'm trying to think who else would have been in that like light heavyweight tournament. But it was crazy. It was like some big ass names back then that would later go on. Liddell would go on to be really big. Rampage Jackson got big. Vanderlei Silva was already pretty big. But it was just crazy. And I was a fan. Rampage was like, he's almost like a wrestling character. He's like larger than life. You know, this black dude, just kind of like crude. You know, used to have this big ass like padlock and chain that Tito Ortiz was here. He'd wear this big ass like padlock and chain out to the ring and stuff. It's crazy. And then I saw Rampage fight in UFC, and then they used to have like the UFC reality show, and Rampage was one of the coaches one year, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I know who Rampage Jackson is somewhat. I can't say that I followed him. George St. Pierre, was he in that as well? I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think St. Pierre and BJ Penn were in that light heavyweight pride champ. They came a little later. Nonetheless, so there you go. That sets the stage for us. Now, Rampage has a son named Raha Jackson. Now, Raha is a kick streamer. And apparently, I don't know if he's an amateur MMA fighter or what, but he ain't a professional wrestler. So I don't know what the lead up to why Raha was at this event was. This I don't know. But I do know that Raha finds himself at like some wrestling promotion that's not like a big one, you know? So I hate to, now listen, if you have any kids watching, or if you're a big wrestling fan and the reason you like it's because it's super real fights, then I'm going to need you to leave the room for the next 10 minutes. So I'm going to give you a couple seconds. If wrestling's your favorite because of how real it is, go ahead and leave the room. Okay? We'll give you a chance. Okay. All right. The rest of you, wrestling's fake. It's a work. The outcomes are predetermined. They're still crazy athletes, still really get hurt. They're phenomenal actors in many cases, but it's not real fighting, right? Oh shit, I know, I'm sorry. See, here we go. We'll get to this. You'll see the fucking imbeciles. Now, lefties like HN, notice how he hits all the tropes. It's crazy no one's mad at the white wrestler for assaulting Raha, but everyone's mad at Raha for assaulting the wrestler. I wonder why that is. Because one of them attempted murder, and the other used a worked beer can to fake hit a man. And you're a racist lefty, and so you just want evil Whitey to get his head kicked in. That's why. Alexander R., thanks for the $5. Says lies! Wrestling's real. I'm sorry, you're right. It's real. It's not real, but that's okay. We won't tell Alexander R. So there's a terrible assault that should lead to some sort of criminal charges. I think it should lead to attempted murder charges. We'll get to all of that. But I found the clip of, because what you'll see is, because it's a white man that gets beat, you have lefties like this that'll all but say, but he had it coming. He's a white man. Didn't they steal the land? He's evil. Yes. Please, daddy black man, please beat white people to death. Please, please. And that's sort of the, anytime you see these grotesque videos of a white person getting assailed by a black person, it's always, well, maybe they had it coming. So I'll play the full clip, the beginning of it, that racist HN, who thinks that this white guy deserved to be beaten near to death. I'll play it so you can see where it's just, we'll leave his comment up so you can see it, right? So here's HN's comment. Actually, we may have to bring it down. We'll have to see how much of the, yeah, I think we'll be good. So what's going on is, this is before the event. And what's going on here is, given the fact that wrestling's not real, you want hype. You're trying to hype up your show, right? That's sort of one of the things you're doing. So you have fake fights, fake barroom brawls, you know? That's the sort of stuff that you do. So this gentleman, this isn't the WWE. These are these lesser promotions, and sometimes you might not even know who the person you're wrestling is, etc. So what's going on here, the context is, there's some sort of confrontation, and this white guy with the beard is a wrestler. You see how there's people smiling and stuff in the background and in the foreground there? This is what you're going to see is a worked fight. That's what's happening. This white wrestler thinks, oh, this guy's one of the people that's going to be involved in the show. We'll boost ticket sales by having a fake fight out here, right? So here's what you see. You ready?
You don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little.
Oh,
Now, notice what he does if you watch this in slow motion. This is a worked shot, is what this is. Now watch what he does with the beer can.
Hey, I see. That's a little.
It's cracked, which is why you see the beer spray that way. So it's designed to not hurt that bad. That's what's going on there. Now, We'll proceed here.
Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck?
See, they say, hey, he's not a worker. In other words, he's not a wrestler. Now watch what happens.
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking worker.
He says, are you going to sell it? Or you're not selling it. Selling means when I pretend to hit you, you sell it like it was a real hit.
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking
Bro.
worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry about
No,
that.
I will fuck him
we're
up,
good.
bro.
I know
No,
you will.
no.
We're good.
I will
Sorry
fuck
about
him
that.
up, bro.
I know you will.
I don't play that shit.
Sorry about that.
No, I will fuck him
See, they're telling him right here, he's not a wrestler. It's not a work.
up,
I know
bro.
you will.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were a worker.
I thought you were a worker. He thought he was a fucking wrestler. That's what happened. He's apologizing here. Hey, man, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a worker. I saw you with the camera. He assumed it was part of the show. You came in, you had the camera. I assumed it was part of the show. You were a worker. Now, I want you, when we see the second part of this, remember, what we're going to see, HN says, see, basically this white guy has what's about to happen coming to him. Right? Just so you know, just so you can see what our lefty friend HN here. So you see that? He's apologizing. I'm so sorry. I thought you were a worker.
I get it.
Dude, we're not working out. Well, he gonna come out on your matches.
I get it, he says. Listen.
I get it.
I get it. He nods. Yeah, I get it. He accepts the apology. Now this guy, watch what he says.
Dude, we're not working out. Well, he gonna come out on your match.
See? Oh, we'll make an angle. He'll come out in your match. It's a fucking work. This guy thought that this black gentleman was a wrestler or somehow involved in promotion of the show. He hits him with a worked beer can shot. Doesn't hurt the dude. The guy says, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a worker. Raha says, no problem. I get it. No problem. And then this guy says, hey, we'll make an angle of it. He'll come out during your match. Because now it's like, oh, a feud. You pissed me off, so I'll come out in your match and I'll fake beat you up. Now, at this point, everyone there's like, oh, okay, hatchet's been buried. No problem. Innocent mistake. This guy's going to come out, get some, fake haymakers in to look strong. I took care of the guy that challenged me. End of story. Now, HN knows this. He knows, he's seen the footage. You can see. Why is no one mad at the white wrestler? Well, because it was an innocent mistake of a worked hit. It wasn't a real punch. So he's seen that, and he's seen the assault, as you can see. So let's keep going and see what HN's justifying here. Ready?
I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's saying, see, we're always working. We saw the camera. We just assumed you're working. Everybody's burying the hatchet. Everybody assumes, cool, this dude's going to come running out during the match. He'll be part of the match like a wrestling match. Not a bar fight, not an MMA fight, a fucking wrestling match. We're always working. Yeah, no, I get it, he says.
Always working.
Now, here's what HN's, now we fast forward ahead to the match itself. So here you can see what HN's defending. Ready?
You!
Notice, did you see? I wonder why. Let's do the world of HN here. Ready? Well, why is everyone going to be upset at this black guy? Watch what this white guy does to this other guy here. Oh my gosh, he brutally tackled that man. He brutally tackled him, right, HN? Did you see that brutal tackle? I guess he had it coming, right? Fucking idiot. Anyways, let's keep going. Now that's really bad. What you just saw there, let's watch this in slow motion. This is really bad. And this probably knocks this guy out. Watch his head. Now this is supposed to be part of the angle. You'll go in and slam him down. That's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to be taking that bump like on your back. I'm no expert, but you're not supposed to take it on your head. Maybe if I would remove the chat there one more time, you can see it a little better. See how his head bounces there? That's not good. But let me defend Raha here at this moment, the black gentleman at this moment. Right? I'll defend him here. That could be an honest mistake. That's just someone who's green that's probably not a wrestler. Why did he let someone who doesn't know how to fake wrestle? They do it all the time. The last WrestleMania, the rapper Travis Scott came in and basically ruined the show. At one point in the setup for that, Travis Scott, legitimately, the current champion's name was Cody Rhodes. He's legitimately throwing real punches that hurt Cody Rhodes. That's in the largest wrestling promotion in the world. A lot of wrestlers get pissed off about this stuff for this very reason. It could be that someone who's not a wrestler doesn't know how to utilize a move safely, or it could be that they don't know how to take a bump. So, like, wrestlers are trained, if you pick someone up and give them a slam, both the person taking the slam that's on the receiving end and the person giving it understand that there's a way to do that to minimize the amount of real damage. But if either of them are not wrestlers or they're bad, the person could get hurt. Cody, that's not true. In the lead up to WrestleMania, he legitimately punched Cody Rhodes. And he bust Cody's eardrum. Nonetheless, I'm not upset. I can understand a wrestler being upset by this, but as a casual fan, that could be an innocent mistake. Someone performed a move that they're not trained to perform and someone gets hurt. Hey, that's no crime. You know what you're getting into when you have untrained people come into the ring. So that's no crime. It's what comes next. This is what HN's defending, by the way, just so you know. Ready? Now, that first punch wasn't so bad. The second one, pretty bad. Now, let's count.
Hey, you gotta stop your...
Those are real punches. That's not a mistake. But hey, I mean, the other guy, you know, gave him a working shot with a beer because he thought he was a wrestler. You know, I wonder why you're upset about that. But not the white guy. Just say it, HN. Whitey had it coming. Just say it. Go ahead, just say it, man. The white guy had it coming because you don't like white people. Just say it, man. There's no need to hide. We're all buds here. How about we get upset with both of them? How about go fuck yourself? Now, another thing is, you shouldn't allow, as this promotion, right? You shouldn't allow someone that's green like this into the ring without confirming that they understand and that they're not going to do something like this. But sure, that could happen. But you need to have better security than to have your other wrestlers have to come out and literally stop this guy from murdering someone.
Hey, you gotta stop this shit, man. Oh. Stop this shit, man.
I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Come on, man. We leaving, man. We're walking away, bro. Let's not take it serious. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go.
Andre.
I don't know if there's any racial slur epithets or anything said later, so we'll stop it there. Now let's go back to what HN said. His comment, just so you get an idea of what we're dealing with here. Let's go up. He did not say, I'm allowing you to hit the wrestler for real. He said, we'll allow you to run in on his match. The assumption wasn't punch him while he's unconscious 15 times in the face for real. It's crazy to me how no one was mad at the white wrestler for assaulting Raha. But everyone's mad at Raha for assaulting the wrestler. I wonder why it is. Because one thought it was part of a show and threw a working hit that wasn't designed to hurt someone, and the other one knocked someone out and then punched a defenseless man 10 to 15 times in the face in an attempt to kill him. That's why we're mad at one. That'd be the equivalent of saying if someone goes up and pushes someone in a football game and then the other person follows them into the locker room and beats them unconscious with 15 to 20 punches, hey, we should be mad at both players. You're a fucking racist. You're a scumbag. But you want a poll? Okay. So HN wants a poll. That's what he would like. He wants a poll to see how many people agree with him. Fair enough. We'll put the poll up. Who knows? Maybe you'll win because people want to be contrarian. All righty. Let's start a poll. There you have it. All right, poll listed. Have at her. We'll leave his quote up so everyone can see it. While you're doing the poll, we have several $20 donations, but we're going to wait a second. I promise we'll play the whip song for each of them. So I'll get to those super chats in a moment. But it's absolutely disgusting, a sense of entitlement and a pattern that we see of excuses being made for people that commit some of the most heinous and violent of attacks. Jason Castle says, there's a video. Oh, shit. There, I just screwed up. Well, I lost HN's quote. Sorry. There's a video of Raha saying this is what he's going to do. It was premeditated. The guy's an animal and should be in jail. He should be in jail. I don't know that attempted murder would be what he should be charged for, but it should definitely be some form of assault. He should face those punishments. Maybe if I didn't say white wrestler, you're still missing the point. Yes, you made it racial because of your hatred of white people. Yes, you did that. The point is, one is like, do you want me to show you like clips upon clips upon clips of professional wrestlers fake hitting people? Is that what you want? I know this may shock you. Imagine it would be like, oh, did you see the Steiner brothers ran in and prevented the Legion of Doom from winning the titles? They hit them from behind. So, if the Legion of Doom stabs them to death in the locker room, fair is fair. You should be mad at both for assault. It's a fucking work. It's a work. No one's mad for realsies at the Steiner brothers for running in. They understand deep down it's a fucking show. Were you also mad at Agent Smith for attacking Neo? I read once that in the famous fight scene in the movie Troy, where Brad Pitt's playing Achilles and Eric Bana's playing Hector, that I think in real life, Eric Bana got slightly injured at one of the spear blows or something. So if Eric Bana jumped Brad Pitt after the filming, you would say, well, we should be mad at Brad Pitt as well. Are you a fucking idiot? How did you honestly think that people would have your side on this? You could say, listen, before you throw a worked hit at someone, you should make sure they're part of the show. And that was that guy's mistake for not doing that. And you got to be more careful. Someone could get hurt, but someone didn't get hurt. And the guy apologized. And the person that he threw the worked hit for was like, I accept your apology, no problem. Let's make an angle of it. That's it. This is what I was looking. Blue Skittle. Agent Smith did nothing wrong. Let's see how the poll's looking here. Wow. Not looking good for you. We have 78 votes. 5% agree with HN. 95% against. We'll end the poll in 5 minutes. So it was 97. So we got at least a couple votes. Duck's in here too. It's not his skin color. The skin color is being used as an excuse. That's the problem. The problem is when you go and look at comments of this, you see tons of black people or people like you that seemingly hate white people like, wow. That's the problem. His skin color is fucking irrelevant. Other than it's consistently people use violence and use minority status as an excuse to get away with it. And it does seem that there is a propensity for black people to use overwhelming violence when they feel that they've been disrespected. It's why we constantly have conversations. Anytime we see a video like this, we know one of the things that's going to be said is, well, what did someone say the N-word before that? We would not make those excuses for any other race. Whoa, that white guy flipped out and beat the shit out of that black lady. But did she use a racial slur about white people? Did she insult his religion? Of course not. There's 0% chance if the skin color was reversed that I wouldn't be outraged. I would be. I would have taken a notice of this story if I saw it because I like wrestling and because I like MMA, and this involves a cross-section of both. And I would say, what the fuck? I've done it with my friends in private when I see anyone who seems like they're going off script and having a shoot fight in wrestling. Hell, if you follow wrestling, someone back me up. This is going to sound so stupid to me because I only know the characters slightly. Ric Flair's daughter, Charlotte Flair, white lady. And then there's another white lady, I think she's white, that she was feuding with, or maybe not, maybe it was a woman of color. But there was the lead up to their big match at WrestleMania, and it wasn't physical violence, but it was, they went off script and were like bringing personal shit up, and it was terrible, and it was cringe. And everybody that's a wrestling fan is like, what the fuck are they doing? This is terrible. And it had nothing to do with their skin color. Tiffany Stratton. Okay. And every person I know that watches wrestling thought it was dog shit. And all the wrestling channels thought it was dog shit. Everybody did. What's up, Grid? If these races would have been reversed, hell, and I was a Rampage Jackson fan, so I'd be like, holy fuck, some dude beat the shit out of Rampage Jackson's son for no reason in the wrestling ring? And this is the argument, Unforced Ego. I don't know that HN's racist either, but the only explanation I can see is that he's either one of three things. He is either so ignorant of wrestling and fake hitting people, but even if you're that ignorant, how you could watch the explanation, which he clearly did, where the guy goes, I'm so sorry, I thought you were part of the show, I apologize. And Raha says, it's cool, we get it. And the other guy goes, hey, we'll bring you in the show, you'll sort of run in and attack him. How you can see that and then be like, oh, well, that explains it. But maybe it's complete and total ignorance and misunderstanding of what wrestling is. Because he also thought when that promoter said, we'll have you run in, that was like, see, the promoter gave him permission to punch him. No, that's not what was happening there. So it could just be complete and total ignorance, or it could be that he's a troll. But the only other explanation I could think of is that he's a fucking racist. I'm leaning more towards one of the first two, that he's completely fucking ignorant of what wrestling is, or that he's a troll. But if it's not those two things, then yeah, and I'm not blaming Rampage for the actions of his son. I'm not. It seemed like Rampage was legitimately pissed off at his son for this in the clips I saw. So, I mean, it just... The poll has ended. We have 91 total votes. It looked like the final results were like over 95%. 93% disagree with HN and 6% agreed with. I can't, other than HN, I don't know who would have agreed with him. Duck and someone else. So someone's just being contrarian. Yeah, 6%. That's kind of a scary number in its own right. Right. The promoter was asking him to take a work, to not actually go and hurt and potentially seriously injure a wrestler in front of a crowd. That's exactly right. HN will say the poll is racist. Yeah, I saw that. Rampage said before this incident, I took it as kind of a joke, but he was like, oh, my son's not going to college this one, so I'm going to need to save money to bail him out of prison. I'm so tired of the excuses, though, and the double fucking standards for this type of shit. Again, I'll go back. Some instance I could think of. Really awesome pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates named Jared Hughes. He used to have this mean mug, like when he'd pitch, like this fucking sourpuss face. He was a reliever. But then, like, you'd see interviews of him after the game, and he was like, seemed like the nicest dude in the world. He would go to, like, you know, the hospital to talk to the kids and whatever, and never going to be a star, but a serviceable relief pitcher for the Pirates back in the day when I used to watch them. And I forget who it was, but some black player for the Brewers. One day he's walking, going to third base, and he turns and starts chirping at the pitcher, and they bench clearing brawl. And everyone's like, what the fuck was this Brewers guy's problem? Like, it seems indefensible. Like, he just freaks out and rushes the pitcher for no reason. And what do you think they said? Oh, that Brewer player said, he said the N-word. And then, like, everyone on the field and both teams were like, we didn't hear that. And you could see they slowed down the pitcher's face to like try to read his lips. And it looks like he's just like, what? Fuck you. Yes, he said, we need more nuclear power. It was a misunderstanding. Nuclear? I'm for green energy, but not nuclear. Them's fighting words. Then you had Myles Garrett. These are just incidents as a Pittsburgh sports fan I've seen. Myles Garrett, Cleveland Brown, defensive tackle, great player. Oh, he seemed like a reasonably nice guy, too, by the way. He did this hilarious, like, skit from The Office. I thought he seemed like a decent guy. Really good player, man. Playing the Steelers a couple years ago. Browns finally beating the Steelers in one game. Game's pretty much over. Steelers trying to have, like, a miracle drive. Their quarterback, Mason Rudolph, I think a rookie at the time, but sort of, he's going to be a journeyman quarterback. Snow star. Gets tackled, brought down. Myles Garrett's there. No, admittedly, Mason's on his back and sort of like he's trying to get this bigger guy off him and sort of like kicks him with his leg, which isn't that cool. That could be a 15-yard penalty. Myles Garrett reaches down, grabs his helmet, Mason Rudolph's helmet, pulls it off his head, and then swings the helmet at the exposed head of Mason Rudolph. That's real bad. If that hits full blow, that could legit end someone's career, kill them, give them a skull fracture. Not good. Not something you see in the NFL. Luckily, it missed. By the time the game ended, what was Myles Garrett's excuse? Was it, hey, he kicked me a little. I'm sorry I let my passions get the better of me. It was a horrible mistake. I've apologized. No! What? Take a guess why Myles Garrett said he did it. Anybody? DMC Sortsa gets it. That's right. He said the N-word. Of course, the linemen on Garrett's team that came to his defense, they're like, we didn't hear that. Who happened to be black? It's so fucking tiring. It's so tiring. There is not a word that justifies you assaulting someone. If you have such low impulse control that you think you get to use extreme violence over a word, then you should not be in polite society intermingling with people. I don't give a shit what your skin color is. But it seems that that occurs overwhelmingly with people of one skin color. And you're not allowed to notice it. I say bullshit. I would never impugn everyone who is black that they somehow do this. Of course not. But how embarrassing for black people that don't fall into this category, that have to see people acting terribly and then using their skin color as the excuse for it. Bullshit. We'll get to more stories here, but it's going to be a fun one tonight. Now, I remind you, $20 plays the whip song. The reason I remind you is 1, 2, 3, 4. $20 donations. So we're going to get through the donations first, and then we'll take a block of whip songs. If you'd like to end the whip song, which I would, a $200 donation will end the whip song for the night, unless someone donates $200 more. The rule I've decided is, if you donate $200 and you don't say this is to end the whip song, it still ends the whip song. However, after that $200, if you donate $200 and you don't say this is to bring the whip song back, it still brings the whip song back. If you positively say, hey, I'm just donating $200, it's nothing to do with the whip song, then fine, we'll take that into account. Otherwise, it'll go off the order of the donation. Wade Boggs, $20. Thank you as always, man. Says, I bet you're going to tell us next that Santa Claus isn't real. The Easter Bunny not real, Rob? What about the Tooth Fairy? Is she not real? Listen, I don't know why you're spreading disinformation. it's clear that both Larry the Cable Guy and The Rock use male pronouns. So I don't know where you're getting this Tooth Fairy she business. Blaster bought $20. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. It says that Raha guy is not safe to be on the streets. I hope he's locked up in prison with other individuals who are incapable of being in polite society. Yeah, and you can even see afterwards where he's like seething, like, no one disrespects me. I mean, God forbid someone bump into you and say, hey, what the fuck, man, at the bar or something. You just going to knock them out cold and beat them nearly to death as well? Alexander R., $5 says, what a bad person. Didn't shut until he knew the other guy thought it wasn't real. I got to watch, make sure. Average John, thanks so much for $5, says, good coverage of this. Dude is anger management Jackson. Yeah. Totally agree. Alexander R. says he bets that a certain percentage agrees with HN. Thank you, Alexander. Unforced Ego, $20, says we can be mad at the wrestler maybe 3 out of 100 for messing up, but I'm 95 out of 100 mad at Jackson and she should go to prison. HN's doing the reduction to the qualitative BS, ignoring the degree of wrongness. No whip, thank you. No whip, thank you. But that's absolutely correct. That is a great way to put it. It'd be the equivalent of like, you know, someone jaywalks in front of a car and the car has to stop for a couple minutes. It's not good. You're like, hey man, don't do that. But then in a manner of road rage, because he had to pause, the driver gets out of the car with a tire iron and beats someone to death. And you're like, oh my goodness, what did we just witness? That guy should go to prison. And then people are like, well, but that guy shouldn't have been jaywalking. Where's your anger for him? What? Damian Gershwin, $5, thank you. A professional fighter who doesn't know in fake wrestling, you're not allowed to punch unresponsive opponents in the face full force dozens of times. Yep. Wicked Wally, always great to hear from you, my friend. $5 says, this is what I've trained for since I was 3 years old. The day political YouTube needs a pro wrestling expert available. Thank you. Blasterbot, $20 says, we all know lefties have issues with telling fiction from reality. HN might not be a racist. And might be just really confused about how wrestling is real. It might be. Harbarknar, what's up, my friend? $5, thank you. Says, I'm sorry I accidentally pressed yes on that HN poll. When I saw the result, I was like, whoops, I chose the wrong answer. Well, there you go. That's one of the explanations. And lastly, $2 from Lord of the Nerds. Thank you so much. Rampage does fail a test. All right, let's count up. Don't worry, I got more stories for you, but Miles as good as time ever to grift. So remember, we're trying to reach our goal of $357. We're trying to get there so we can shame this Austin Hall guy. Austin Hall, who allegedly, I'm just saying allegedly, Austin Hall voted on the side of HN on that poll. Just saying, allegedly. So, no need to play a grifting song. Let's see how many $20 donations we had here. We had 1, 2. This one doesn't count. Thank you, Unforced Ego, for saying no whip song. 3. All right, 3. 3 whip songs. Okay. Great. $20 donation is whip song. $200 donation ends the whip song. Here's 3 minutes of whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight.
okay, before we keep going with Whip Song, Wally, I think this is a great point too. The fact that Ra was doing his own stream, or Raja, I'm not quite, I think Raja was doing his own stream tells me he probably had a good idea in his head. He was going to flex and go into business for himself regardless. Exactly. That's a good point too. When he's telling that guy, oh yeah, I forgive you. I think in his head at that point, he knew, all right, motherfucker, I'm going to knock you out cold. It's so cowardly to know that someone's not going to be attempting to defend themselves because they think, oh, it's just a show. And then you're going to hit them after you knock. Then the question becomes, was the slam intentional to hurt him as well? It's all fucking very bad. All right, another Whip song. I am sorry. I do apologize to people. The whip shit's getting out of control. I do like the $20 that comes in each time. I'm not going to lie, but I do know that there are probably people that want to leave the stream because of this, but I guess normally I'd pay a 3 or 4 minute grifting song anyway, so.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
$200 donation will end the Whip song. Whip song number 3.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's forever.
Couple more super chats, and I promise we'll get on to the next story. Alexander R. $5 says racist just means white. I have a syllogism to prove it. Thanks, Alexander. Yeah. I don't disagree. Just like diversity means less white. Blasterbutt, $5 says, but what if the driver says the jaywalker said a no-no word? Right. That's the absurdity of where we're at. Thank you so much, Wade Boggs, $20. Another whip song. Says 4 whips now. And Seawolf, $20. Whip it times 5. So I owe 2 more whip songs. And then Ron Quay, Agent of Chaos, $5.73 said, I made a new song for you, Rob. Sent you a DM in Discord. My name starts with RJ. I think the chat will like it. Please, no more whipping. $200 will end the whip song for good tonight unless someone matches that donation. But it is funny. As much as people hate the whip song, which I'm quickly becoming one of those, there are people that really like it, or at least really like the displeasure of the people that dislike the whip song. Nonetheless, 2 more whip songs. We'll do this.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
time.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
The hot pickle, the habanero hot pickle, was less torturous than this. One more super chat comes in. Alexander R., thank you so much for the $20. Says, all white people are racist for implying bias. Premise 2. No minorities can be racist. Premise 3. Racist is a group that includes all and only white people. Therefore, it's equal to. Share that with the left and say it's okay to be white. For $20. It couldn't have been $15 or $25. It was $20. Please, for the love of God, someone donate $200 and end this madness.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
Look, in fairness, I could just use that song as a debate rebuttal because most of the lefties I debate aren't saying anything any more interesting than that. Thank goodness we're moving on. All right, any super chats that come in, we'll get to the next top of the hour. I promise I'll read all the super chats. But yes, 30 viewers down. That's where we're at. We've lost 30 viewers. That's okay. One more super chat here. Anonymous Coward, thanks so much. $10 says, participating in pro wrestling requires a higher IQ to understand what a work is. That plus the general lack of respect of MMA fighters have for wrestling is what resulted in this. Well, I think there's more to it, but I don't think you're wrong about that portion as well. John Smith, great to hear from you, man. $20. Says, oh, how the turntables. Seems the whip found a way to whip the whipper. Don't worry, Rob. You don't have to not play the song. You have to play it. Whip crack.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
Thank you all for your super chats. Oh, look at that. A super chat comes in for $200. No more whip song. Wow. Look at that. Thank you to whoever that fantastic donator is. Amazing. Wow, 200 bucks. Wow, we just passed our goal too. Amazing, everyone. Go! There was never a part of the rules that said that I couldn't donate myself. That's right. I think for the sake of my sanity and moving forward, that I have every right after 7 times in a row in one grift. And I know people are going to say, well, wait a minute. Understand that YouTube just took a third of that fucking money. That's right. $60 in the fucking garbage. That's right. Oh, shit. Unforced ego. That's just donated $5 and says, laugh my ass off. Check PayPal, King. Thank you to Unforced Ego. Thank you so much, you absolute legend, for donating 200 bucks on PayPal. To end the whip song. Thus meaning that I just pissed away 60 of my own dollars when I'm sure that Unforced Ego had already sent that amount. Unforced Ego, you're an absolute legend. I have burnt myself and literally just lit 60 bucks on fire to YouTube. No. See, I thought of that the 200 bucks would start it back up. However, Unforced Ego specifically said in his PayPal message, no more whip song, which means that does not restart it. It does not. Just like if you donate $20 and say no whip song, please, it does not go to count towards that. So no, the fucking whip song's not back. If someone wants to donate 200 bucks more to bring the whip song back tonight, fine. That's fair game. That's part of the rules. But no, Unforced Ego's 200 bucks stands. Fuck you, John Smith. Alexander, God damn it. God damn it. Alexander R for $5 says, you said $200 works like a light switch so they cancel each other out. That's not true. I specifically said, unless it specifically says it doesn't count towards that, which clearly Unforced Egos does not count towards that. John Smith, $5 says, check PayPal again. I know you're saying joking, but now I am scared, so I will check. No. And then the absolute legend, Unforced Ego, sends me the 60 bucks that I just pissed away and says, thank you for your service. $60 after PayPal cut. Now, no chat tiebreaker. The rule's the rule. There you go. Unforced Ego's over the limit. That's fine. Blasterbot, $20. Says, hey, Rob, I got bad news. Unfortunately for you, that $20 will not play Whip Song because, as we just got done saying, I put 200 to start the Whip Song. Yes, Unforced Ego's 200 would have started it back up, except I will read you what he said. This is Unforced Ego, for the love of God and the Whip Song. Verbatim. He actually put for the love of God and then all caps and Whip Song. Clearly, that falls within the purview of not spending 200 bucks to bring the Whip Song back. Now, If someone wants to prove their manhood by donating $200 more, this is worse than jargon. I did nothing wrong. At the end of the day, even if you thought what I did was unethical, donating 200 of my own dollars, which I think is not, I think I'm within my rights. There was never a rule. It wouldn't take 400. It would only take 200. It doesn't stack. It doesn't stack, so it would only take a one-time $200 donation to bring back the whip song. That's fine. But these, I did not break any rules. Even if you thought what I did was unethical, at best I pissed away 60 of my own dollars, and then Unforced Ego came in and donated the $200 anyways. John Smith for $2 says, it's okay, we could just type the lyrics in chat. That's right. Says it, Nom, there are rules. Am I the only one who gives a shit about the rules anymore? We call him Pisco and get a legal determination here? We'll get Pisco, Ryan Mullally, potentially Criminal Sean. We'll get the whole gang in here. Yes, and Unforced Ego also then reimburses the $60. His hatred of the whip song, that I was literally at a fucking breaking point. I'm not kidding you. Like, I was like, I'm not going to be able to talk about anything else. Now I'm still not talking about anything else because of the controversy. But, holy shit. 7 in a row, I think it was. Whip songs. On a better night, I could have handled it. But tonight, I was like, holy shit, I have more stuff to talk about. If it wasn't this early in the night, I think I would have been like, all right, I could handle this. But this early in the night, I'm like, I have other stuff to talk about. I'm not sure I'm going to get to talk about anything tonight. So I was like, fuck it, I'll lose $60, donate 200 of my own dollars. And then it blew up in my face immediately because Unforced Ego had already donated the money, just not in YouTube, and I didn't know it. And it was a big mess. Ron Quay, $2.11 says, this isn't Nom, there are rules. Market zero. Postal Joe, $5 says, this is just another whataboutism. Next, I'll be accused of gish galloping. Gish gallop, red herring, Mott and Bailey. Now listen, whip song needs to be $50. Maybe we'll change it going into September. I don't know. Here's the deal. Yeah, all right. Now I'm getting accused of being a weasel. All right, here's the deal. If people feel strongly about the whip song thing, they could come together and get a one-time donation of $200. Then the whip song could be back tonight. Until said point, we're going to move on with the show. Moving forward. You could pull your money in your own private time, but it has to be a one-time donation of $200. Okay. Moving on. Thank you guys for your generosity and your hatred of me. All right. Moving on. Next story. Oh, wait, I got a message. Who could it be? Pending request. Nope. Nope. Oh, this is, someone just sent me this, furthering that last story we were talking about. Let me hear this real quick. Okay, that's interesting. Let's share this clip. This is apparently before Raha did that attack.
Tell you guys this. They told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pulled me off of him will leave. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch.
There he is admitting that he's gonna hit him as many times as he can in the moment. or premeditated. So, not good. Not good at all. Next story. Maybe. New York subway time. Going along with the same theme.
Nothing beats the Jet 2 holiday. And right now,
Notice, if you see the right hand here, this gentleman's holding a knife. This skateboarder man's like, hey man, what are you doing?
save £50 per person. That's £200
He's telling him, like, stay back. He's coming at him with a knife.
over a We've got millions of free child-based holidays.
He starts to walk away. Guy, look how he palms the knife. Right? As soon as he starts to walk away, like a coward, comes at him.
With 22 kilograms
Oh.
of baggage
That'll end that. Now watch what the police do.
Oh! Oh!
But now, with Jet 2 holidays.
All of a sudden, the police are there. Yay. And going after the guy that was just being assaulted by a knife.
Officer, he got a knife. He got a knife.
Now, the commentary that I saw on that, it's unbelievable. Notice how the officer spawns out of nowhere once the man defends himself. The state will somehow still have the ability to stop you from being a vigilante long after it loses its ability to stop you from being a victim. Isn't it convenient? As soon as the guy fights back, they're the cops to come after him. It's very reminiscent of that scene, wherever it was, in Germany, wherever, where you had the migrant, quote unquote. And he's fighting with the white guy and has a knife. And the police come and detain the white guy, and then the migrant stabs the police officer. That's right. You're supposed to let them murder you before defending yourself. That's the truth. He probably was just sitting there watching them. William Kramer Jr. Everybody's a big talker about the whip song, but no one will put their money where their mouth is. Even last night, when Unforced Ego ended the whip song, only through happenstance did Nico Pluto end up donating enough money to bring it back. I don't even think Nico knew that was the rules of the game. And we know folks like William are used to donating big sums of money. So William is a saint, don't get me wrong. So we'll see. William, I appreciate it, but I don't know that anyone has the stones or with the wherewithal to donate the $200 to bring it back. Also, well, that's good for now. So there we see another example of like sort of, you know, and it goes back to one of my favorite Solzhenitsyn quotes. I need to really save this. The Solzhenitsyn quote where he says, "For the thief to have a knife was a misunderstanding. But for you to have the knife was like anti-Soviet agitation. 10 years." Here he says, in the Criminal Code of 26, there was the most stupid Article 139 on the limits of necessary self-defense, according to which you had the right to unsheath your knife only after the criminal's knife was hovering over you. And you could stab him only after he stabs you. And otherwise, you would be the one put on trial. And there was no article in our legislation saying that the greater criminal was the one who attacked someone weaker than himself. This fear of exceeding the measure of necessary self-defense led to total spinelessness as a national characteristic. A hoodlum once began to beat up the Red Army man Alexander Zakharov outside a club. Zakharov took out a folding penknife and killed the hoodlum. And for this he got 10 years for plain murder. And what was I supposed to do, he asked, astonished. Prosecutor Artshevsky replied, "You should have fled." Tell me that doesn't sound like our system. Tell me that doesn't sound like it. That's where we're at as a society. You remember during the whole Rittenhouse thing, right? The one time that Destiny was ever on the correct side of an issue that, at least that I was paying attention to. For those that forget, here was the Rittenhouse situation. Rittenhouse lawfully carrying a firearm. A lunatic comes at him, seeing that he's lawfully open and carrying. So think of how insane you have to be to try to literally start a physical altercation with someone who's blatantly open carrying. Rittenhouse tries to run away. As he's running, he hears a gunshot behind him. He turns. The assailant, who wasn't the one that fired the gun, but Rittenhouse would have had no idea, is right on top of him, lunging for his gun. Rittenhouse fires in self-defense. He then stands up, doesn't flee the scene, starts to call for help, doesn't know what to do. A mob starts gathering around him, clearly agitated at him. He runs towards the police. The mob comes at him again, attacking him with a skateboard. Rittenhouse points his firearm. Mob steps back. Rittenhouse turns his attention. Person in mob proceeds to try to attack him again. Rittenhouse fires his weapon a second time. Then he finally escapes to where the police are. Vosh's commentary on this? He should have sat there and let the mob beat him. We'll get to super chats in a minute. So I'll finish this point on this. I think that the reason I include this in the stories tonight, going with the idea of black assailants, was the cop's default position that the white guy must be in the wrong? I don't know if skin color factored into the police officer's decision. But it does speak to sort of the police, when violence occurs, the tendency to go after the person that was committing self-defense, as opposed to intervening before the person was necessary to commit self-defense. Right? We saw the same thing with Daniel Penny on the subway. Oh, who's raiding? Thank you so much, Raiders. Jake Rattlesnake's raiding. I do believe me and Jake will be doing the extravaganza tomorrow. I I promise, give me chat. I know you've been incredibly generous super chatting. Please, before we get back to the whip song, you just give me 5 minutes now that we got a raid to re-talk about this story. So the theme of the night's criminality, particularly criminality that we've seen just in the day or two past with assailants that happen to be black. The first was Rampage Jackson's son in a wrestling match where he assaulted and beat a man nearly to death. Then we have this story that we're showing from today. Now, if you can't see, this is the subway in New York. This gentleman on the right's holding a knife. And this guy at the skateboard's like pointing at him like, hey man, stand back. You can see he's like getting ready to defend himself with the skateboard. Then watch what happens. He's like, hey man, puts his hand up like, nope, no problem. Says, you sure? Okay. Then watch. He starts to walk away. And that's when this guy comes at him again. And you can see the knife blatantly.
Oh!
So good on Skateboard Man for defending himself. And then what happens?
Oh!
Now, there's no cuts here, just so you know. This is one continuous shot.
Oh!
Within 5 seconds, all of a sudden, there's a police officer. And who's he going to go after?
Now, with Jet2 Holidays.
First, he approaches the man who just had to defend himself. Can't believe I didn't get my impromptu speech. I probably should mention Jake Rattlesnake, hero of the Crucible, defeater of olive jars in countries all around this world.
Officer, he got a knife. He got a knife.
Finally, the officer does the right thing, but I was saying it's very similar to the situation. I think it was in Germany where you had a native German fighting with a migrant who had a knife, and the police come in and tackle the native German and then get stabbed by the migrant. And I was quoting this quote from Solzhenitsyn, which I'll show you, from the Gulag Archipelago. And he says, in the Criminal Code of 1926, there was a most stupid Article 139 on the limits of necessary of self-defense, according to which you had the right to unsheath your knife only after the criminal's knife was hovering over you, and you could stab him only after he stabbed you, and otherwise you'd be the one put on trial. And there was no article in our legislation saying the greater criminal was the one who attacked someone weaker than himself. This fear of exceeding the measure of necessary self-defense led to total spinelessness as a national characteristic. A hoodlum once began to beat up Red Army man Alexander Zarkov outside of a club. Zarkov took out a folding penknife and killed the hoodlum. And for this he got 10 years for plain murder. And what was I supposed to do, he asked, astonished. The prosecutor, Archevsky, replied, you should have fled. So tell me, who creates hoodlums? Now apply that to the West today. Apply that to the UK. You could watch generations of migrants groom young children, committing the most heinous acts imaginable to young children. The most heinous acts imaginable. That wasn't a big deal. But boy, oh boy, once Tommy Robinson started complaining about it, well, now we'll lock up people for saying we like bacon in the UK. The police aren't so concerned about violent migrants and knife crime, but boy, oh boy, don't say anything on social media that could offend someone. Everybody knows you get on the subway, some lunatics on the subway screaming, harassing people. Don't you dare intervene, or you end up like Daniel Penny arrested. Don't you dare. That's the society we live in. All right, super chats. Now, for Jake Rattlesnake's audience, get ready for a weird show. We have this rule on the show. Any $20 donation gets to play this song we have on the show called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. A cheeky little song from the 1970 Lord of the Ring cartoon. The idea is to whip people into donating. Because a $20 donation leads to that, my audience has taken upon themselves to torture me relentlessly by requesting that song over and over again, to the point where we could rarely talk about the stories that I wanted to talk about of the day. However, we have a backup rule that says if you have a $200 donation, then you can end the whip song for the rest of the night unless someone matches that $200 donation. So today, some big Chad stepped up and donated $200 to end it. Me! Because I'd heard the whip song about 7 times in a row. While simultaneously, Unforced Ego also happened to donate $200 on PayPal to end the song. Thereby meaning that my $200 donation, which YouTube will take a third of, pissed away $60. Which sucks, but okay. Whip song ended for the night until now we're at the current super chats that I've yet to read. Blasterbot, thank you so much for the $10. Says it's expected that the criminal is armed and willing to harm you. It's not allowed for the citizen to defend himself. Typical commies. Totally agree. Wade Boggs, absolute legend, man. $200. One of the most generous people to donate to my channel. Really coming through to twist the knife tonight. Donates $200 and says, guess what, Rob? Now this is happening. Whip song, bring it back. So, from this point forward, unless someone donates $200, the whip song is back tonight. Thank you, Wade Boggs. I really appreciate the $200, even if the message behind the 200 is thank you. Postal Joe, $5 says, fun fact, Rittenhouse was shooting 5 years ago tomorrow on Monday. No shit. You mean during the Summer of Love? Yeah, I remember that. And then Alexander R. gives a $20 donation, says, W, my boy, Wade Boggs.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
Thank you so much, Alexander R. Whip song's back, baby. Woo! Mrs. D, great to see you. Says, Sir Rob, no. From Australia. Robnoerr. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Mrs. D. And then Susan Griffith, great to hear from you as well. $5 says, Rob, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You're sharp as a tack and cool under pressure. Thank you. Means a lot. Thank you so much. Hunter Cyclone, $5 says, if you're wondering who I am, think of the clown from It. Except I don't have any cool superpowers, just hiding in the sewer, smiling. All right. That's good job, Hunter Cry Alone. I think I get the joke. Tiggle, $10. Always generous, man. Thank you. Says, Rob, you're the man. Love the show. Thank you. That could be, Rob, you are the man, love the show, which would not be so nice. But thank you, Tiggle. Really appreciate it. Harry Ludwig, $2 says, Rachel wins. Was Rachel who Jake was debating? I don't know. Christopher Scott, $5. Thank you so much. Blasterbot, $20. Thank you as always, my friend. Says, Rob has some regrets, but he also has a good grift. Thank you so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay.
Thank you so much, Blastbot. Again, special shout out to Unforced Ego for trying to end this madness. You have no idea how much I thank you for both the donation and for the sanity. But for the insane amongst us, the whip must continue. Red Fox, $10 says, how much to play Metallica or AC/DC? Listen, oh my goodness, I can't add more songs on top of this, or it's already out of control. So at this point, make me an offer, put some ridiculous amount of money out there, and we'll see about it. But I can imagine the people coming up from Jake's channel like, what the fuck is happening here? I thought Rob was going to talk about some base politics. Now he's just arguing with his chat and playing this whip song all night. Nicholas Lewis, $50 says, thank you so much, Nicholas. You're always incredibly generous. Thank you, man. Says, I'm sad I missed out on you getting pummeled for the shirt. First Rob L I've seen yet. That thing was hideous. A little additional money for a new shirt. Thank you. I ordered some new shirts today that hopefully are like polos that aren't so terrible. William Kramer Jr., $2 says, to answer your question, Rachel Wilson was in here. Oh, that's awesome. Rachel, fantastic. Always great to hear from her. Thanks, Rachel, for poking in. Always appreciate it. All right. I was going to save this for later in the show, but the great Black Elk, my editor, actually did put out a great video for me from a live stream the other day. So my wife helped me pick out a button-down shirt. I liked the damn shirt. It's summer themed. I thought it was a fine shirt. I even wore it to meet a bunch of politicians in Pennsylvania here last month. So, hey, there's Rachel. What's happening, Rachel? So I wore the damn shirt because I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was effeminate. I mean, it wasn't to everyone's taste. I understand that. But my chat, probably the precursor to getting bullied with this whip song, decided to give me shit about this shirt. And so the great Black Elk puts together a little best of me getting made fun of for this shirt. It's fun. It's summer. Ha! Good stuff. It's a good shirt. Fuck you people. Daniel Zan, $5 says, dude's wearing a shirt that his mom made from her old drapes. Hey, fuck you. I bought this shirt at Walmart, baby. And I wore it to church today. I don't care. I don't care. My fashion sense isn't on trial here. It's not in trial. It's a good shirt. It's got hot dogs, little beers, and fucking tongs and stuff on it. We don't care what you all's opinion is. We don't care. I'll wear this shirt every night. I'll wear it every night. I'll buy 10 of these exact shirt. I'll wear it every night. Race card. See, there's the eternal optimist. I'm just glad Rob's wearing a shirt. Karen, thanks so much for the $5. Says Rob has some base take shirts, not so much. I'm starting to get defensive over the shirt. I'm starting to get defensive over here. Wait, am I going to have to bring someone on to debate me on this shirt? Is that what's going to happen? We'll put the link out there and someone's going to come on and just... Finally, I'm going to get wrecked in a debate about how shitty this shirt is. It's a button down. That counts for something. Button down shirt. That means automatically, doesn't matter what prints on the shirt. If there are buttons that go down it, then it's formal. This is semi-formal. This is a semi-formal shirt. I'm actually wearing an undershirt. That's semi-formal. That's church attire. It doesn't matter that there's hot dogs on it. It's fun. It's summer. Ha! Good stuff. It's a good shirt. Fuck you, people. Dan says, shirt debate. Let's go, Kieran. Damn. I'm bringing the heat. This is like a debate. You know, all these like left-wingers like Destiny that blacklist me. This is a debate that he'd like crawl out of the woodwork for. Rob's going on Jubilee. 20 people will surround him to talk shit on his shirt that he's wearing. They'll be running to the chair. It's the fucking lamest shirt I've ever seen, you dork. You can't wear the Hawaiian shirt anymore because the damn Boogaloo boy. I still wear Hawaiian shirts. Right. I still have Hawaiian shirts. I'm going to go to the restroom and cry about this shirt. Kokomo, $8, I'm sorry, says, I like the shirt, thank you. And then Vita, for $5, says, don't listen to him, Rob. I like this shirt. My uncle has the same shirt. He runs a flower shop with his partner. Well, he's got good taste in fashion, at least. Let no one say that, despite maybe his questionable life decisions. See? Muff Cheese says fresh ass shirt. You don't know what you're talking about. Level 4 Lobster, I haven't read this comment yet, but I'm sure I'm going to hate it, for $5 says, towards the shirt change. Crucible Crusader, $5 says, for the Griff Shirt Fund. Thank you. But I'll change the fucking shirt if we get to our goal. So we're 52% of the way. I don't think you all have the stones. That's what I think. I think that it's fun to talk, but in reality, you guys like the shirt, which is why you're going to be incapable of getting to 100% of the goal to force a change of the shirt. That's what I think. See, John Doe knows it. The shirt is fine. Thank you. How much did the shirt cost with tariffs? It was affordable. That's all I'll say. Draco, $10 says, that shirt looks good with purple hair. Thank you. I choose to ignore the context of that. I have to say, this is good. It's very good. See? I'm getting rave reviews. My Pride Month shirt. I don't even think it's shirts. I don't understand the criticism. I mean, it's cheesy, but come on. It's not. Is it pink? I don't even think it's pink. I am colorblind. I mean, there's like ketchup and shit on it that's, I guess, kind of reddish pink. I don't know. There's lemons. Lemons are good. IPA lot says, you got some wieners on your chest. You guys can make the wieners on my shirt joke, right? That's fine. Justin Martin says, does the goal include a hetero shirt on this? Wow. There's a plain white t-shirt on underneath here. It will suffice. Chris Crusader says, that shirt looks like wallpaper at Motel 6. Thank you. I too like Motel 6. Honestly, when you saw that, what were your thoughts? The shirt? Where was your wife to say? No, I don't know. I think my wife likes the shirt. Just saying. I'm wearing this shirt this weekend to my camping trip. How about that? See, it's a great shirt if you want to attract a husband. My wife bought. She probably didn't. I probably bought this shirt. The shirt remains. That's how I'm choosing to take this. Yes, it's true. The more vocal of people have been speaking up, but the majority of people clearly like the shirt. I think that this should influence my fashion choices going forward. Wear the shirt tomorrow as an act of dominance. Yeah, I'm going to wear the shirt every day. How about that? Zach, $5 says, I love the shirt, Rob. When parachutes are, can I get that one myself? Tango, $50. Let's play us out on the Olive song. Also, the shirt sucks. Unbelievable. Daniel Zan says, just go ahead and play it. All right, give me a second. I'll play the Olive Jar song.
There is only one thing to fear. One brain to bring you to tears. Olive jar stands on the top of the mountain afar. A challenge invites.
No shirt, baby.
So frightening. Olive jar crushes men like lightning.
Nice shirt.
The great Black Elk, my editor, he's crushing it lately. This is very good. Even his edit at the end. Now, I know this is going to blow your all's mind, but that wasn't me at the end there. Black Elk used some sort of magic, he's some sort of wizard or something, to make it look like I was that young woman in that clip. Pretty crazy, right? So there you go. That's the saga of my festive summer shirt that I got bullied out of wearing. And I shit you not, if my wife was watching right now, she will tell you that I did say, maybe I ought to get some new polo shirts or something. I don't think people like that shirt. So there you have it. I hope you're all happy. Having said that, I did use the donos to purchase like $120 worth of polo shirts. So there. William Kramer Jr. Oh, we already read that one. Thank you as always, though. Joseph Romano, $10 says, blessings and blessings upon you. Single pity. $5 says shirt sucks. Opinion noted. The Great Kokomo, $8, says great shirt. Sparked a good segment. It did spark. See, isn't that? It was content. I could have handled if people just said it was lame, but it was the implication that I was courting a man that I was like, that's not the impression that I'm trying to give off. So maybe it's time to get a new shirt. Ron Quay for $2.73 says if the wife likes it, it's a great shirt. Thank you. But my concern is maybe some guys would like it that I wasn't intending to attract their attention. John Smith, $5, says beginning the fun to put the shirt back on tonight. I don't know where it is. For all I know, I threw the damn thing away. Flavius, Acanius, Acanasis. We'll go with that. Thanks, Flavius. $20 says the shirt is meh at best, but would you eat endless spaghetti with it on? Gondor calls for more sauce. Endless spaghetti? I'm not trying to be like that guy in 7, that ended up getting taken out by John Doe by death by spaghetti. No good. Anyways, $20 donation. You know what that means? Any $20 donation leads us to the whip song. I need a hero to donate $200 so we don't have to hear this madness anymore.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
To be fair, I think I was having more fun having my sexuality questioned over wearing that shirt than I am listening to this whip song anymore. But I'll take the money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Flavius. Maggie, always great to hear from you, man. $2 says, don't know goal to make Rob put the shirt back on. I don't know if I can find the damn thing. For $2,000, if we get to $2,000 tonight, I'll go downstairs and look for the damn shirt and do my best. Wait, scratch that. I should look for the shirt first before, because I don't want to take money under false pretenses. No one's going to donate up to $2,000 anyway, so it doesn't matter. But nonetheless, thank you so much. I'll text my wife and see if she's up and ask if she knows where the stupid-ass hot dog shirt is. All right, moving on. Hellbat, 12 for $2 says good shirt to keep the wife's mind at ease. I see what you did there. It's a very good backhanded compliment, but I see what you did there. I'm faithful to my wife no matter what, let alone with people of the same sex, which I'd find repugnant. Nonetheless, Postal Joe, $5 about the shirt in Robin Williams' voice. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I can't do a good Robin Williams, but I know Good Will Hunting. Pretty good movie. Thank you, Postal Joe. Always great to hear from you. Naughty Germ, $5 as always. So sorry I'm late. Was taking my old man nap. Naughty Germ, I think every stream I've had for the past 2.5 months has given me $5 every single stream at a minimum, which caused me to wonder if my business model moving forward shouldn't be to start a stream, leave Naughty Germ, donate $5, end the stream, start a new one. Just do that like 40 times a day. Bam, good to go. And the great Alexander R. says only $357 left to get to 1357. Thank you. All right, sorry I've been missing a lot of the super chats. What's on the docket tonight? Getting bullied by my chat. But having a good time. I'm fighting back. All right. Whip song. No! Bullshit. Next person to send $200 is a hero because it'll end that damn whip song for the night. All right. Moving forward at the 2-hour mark here. What do I think about the military takeover of Chicago? Is that what it is? A military takeover? I don't think it's a military takeover. I think that there should always be a healthy distrust of police powers. But I think the idea that we've had Democrat administrations that have allowed communities to be terrorized around this country by refusing to have the police enforce laws against actual criminals and instead harass actual law-abiding people is repugnant. There needs to be a massive shakeup of the status quo. And if Trump set the model in D.C. by showing how in D.C., God damn it. In D.C., that he was able to curb crime so much, I think that that's something that we should consider being something that we should be able to do in the rest of the nation. Smoking Patriot shares my concern. But someone's going to have to donate $200. I think the pro whip song crowd's going to end up winning tonight. The great Alexander R. $20 says, L, my boy. Next person to send $200. The next person to send $200, which will end the whip song for the rest of the night, will be a hero, will not be getting an L. I will do this, I guess. The other version of the whip song. I mean, it's the same song, but.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Thanks, Sigel.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
All right, so it's getting very, very meta now. Now, I didn't see John Smith's donation. I saw this first, and I was like, thank you, Seawolf, $20. Just to support no whip song, thank goodness, and then says, psych, whip it. However, John Smith, previous to it, donates $200. You fucking legend. Somehow we're exactly at 357% of our dono goal tonight, which is also insane. John Smith donates $200. But here's the problem. He says No. Now, I would say that's it. $200, no problem. Clearly, end of whip song. But you see the type of fuckery that's going on now. Where Seawolf's like, just support, no whip song, psych, whip it. So then the question becomes, if I say, okay, that's it, whip song done tonight, is John going to say, no, I meant no. Don't end the whip song. Unless John Smith affirmatively says that his intent was to not end the whip song, I'm going to say that that's it. The whip song's done tonight unless someone donates $200. That's it. Unless John Smith publicly says that, and the same John Smith, not the 4 other John Smiths that were on the chat the other night. So that's going to be it for the whip song unless someone donates $200. That's it. Or if John Smith says, my intent was to keep the whip song going. He said no more whip tonight. Great, grand. Now, John, I know, is woken up in cold sweats hearing that damn song himself. So, thank goodness. Whip song done for tonight. Whew. Only a sheer act of malicious stupidity of another $200 donation will reverse the trend and bring the whip song back. Fantastic. Hellbat, $2 says that's an amazing song to get stuck in your head. Yeah, I know. I've heard it probably more than any human being in the world at this point. Even the guy who wrote it has probably not heard that song as many times as me. Thank you, Hellbat. And then the great Postal Joe, $20, which formerly would have made me cringe, though I'd still been happy for $20. But the great Postal Joe says, Bass John Smith, thank you, bro. And we don't have to hear the whip song for that $20 donation. Mwah! It ends it till the next stream, because I'll be streaming around noon tomorrow. Now, that is true. I said the $200 donation does not need to be specific. It will automatically switch status unless specified, so whip song's off. Right. Unless John said no, what I meant by no is no, this isn't to switch the whip song off. I'd let someone explain what they meant by the donation clearly. So that's it. Whip song off for tonight. Great, grand. Okay. I have to go to the restroom real quick and fill up my drink. So let's... Here, Bernie Sanders has a message for you. I'll be right back.
Hello, it is me, Bernie Sanders. I am once again asking you to donate money to Normal America with robnoerr. The oligarchy must be defeated. The only millionaires and billionaires that are acceptable are me and Normal America with robnoerr. Once more, we ask you to donate money so that Robert, much like me, never has to work a real job. Help me in defeating the oligarchy. Donate to Normal America with robnoerr. And I will go buy a new pair of mittens in my third lake house, which is modest, and fly on my private plane, which I have to do. Donate Normal America.
All right. Now, I was trying to get myself canceled tonight before I was rudely interrupted by the whip song over and over again. Now, I guess just to be fair, plus, let's be honest, I'll be less upset that the whip song comes back because I'll be $200 richer if it does happen. But I will say, I probably should admit that you could donate to PayPal at robnoerr, buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr, or Cash App $robnoerr. So a lot of people, if you donate too much on YouTube, it won't let me donate anymore. So if one of these folks that have already donated tonight can't reach the $200 and they really want to put their money where their mouth is, you can give to the Whip Song Fund in those panels or platforms. More stories to cover on our theme of criminality, in particularly coming from places of the black community. 2 more stories. Or migrant, or black's not fair. Communities that are considered minorities. John Smith, $2 says, I can confirm, had the stones all along. Totally true. Alexander R for $3.02 gets us to a nice round number. Says, Rob is a victim of his own grifting success. I mean, I'll take it. At the end of the night, after the insanity's out of my head. It's all right, Nicholas. I had fun with that one. I'm having fun regardless. You guys are the best. Thank you all so much. I hope everyone's having fun. We try to have fun here as a community, and the weekend streams, to be honest, are more about dicking around and having fun anyways. But I am trying to go with the actual story. So we're talking about minority crime business. Talked about Rampage Jackson's son with the wrestling shit. Talked about the subway business. Here's the next one. It'll be nice to know that I don't have to listen to Whip Song the rest of the night. That's good. Next story. Now, with this one, take it with a little grain of salt. I've seen it all over the place, but I have not had some of the facts confirmed within it. So take it with a grain of salt, but here we go.
If y'all didn't think that Europe had an immigration problem, especially Germany, let me drop some knowledge on here. It is 11:57 right now. In 3 minutes, that man that assaulted that young woman yesterday will be released from custody. He'll be released from custody because he's not a citizen of Germany. He's not a citizen of the EU for that matter. He doesn't even belong in here. He's an immigrant, an illegal one, a drug dealer, and very popularly known here, especially by the police. This is not the first time this has happened. It's not the first time that man had beat up women, and it's not the first time that the other guy decided to take a swing at my face with a 6-inch blade. If they could do this to the people of Germany and then just get released 12 hours later, even less at this point, where's the law? Where's the structure? If Germans are held to that law and that structure, but these people could just come in, swing knives, and hurt, abuse, terrorize, and oppress citizens of Germany, then what do we do?
What do we do? This is a theme all across the Western world. This is the logical extension of the cultural Marx's victim ideology game. The implicit message here is twofold. One, we don't give a shit. The police are not there to protect you. They're there to protect the criminals and to treat you as a criminal. And secondly, the reason is because you're bad, because you're an oppressor. If you're part of the native-born population, then you must be racist or sexist or privileged. It's grotesque. By the way, this isn't new. There were stories going back years and years and years in places like Germany, where at New Year's festivals, you'd have all these women that were being grotesquely groped and assaulted in public by bands of migrants. And they were being dissuaded from coming forward by feminists. Shh. It might make people notice the people that were committing these crimes. It's outrageous. And it goes to that Solzhenitsyn quote that I was talking about. Germany, the UK, United States, I assume places like Australia. Always an excuse made if the perpetrator is a migrant or a refugee. I can't find it. There's something I want to show you here from Germany. Here's Germany's perspective. Here's the propaganda that the German government's putting out. Ready? See, that's the real problem. These poor innocent migrants with one leg being groped by ginger women. That's the real problem. It's a fucking joke. And I'm tired of being told that we're terrible people for noticing. Fuck you. It's a joke. Or how about this classic? I promise I'll get to super chats here in a second. I'm just happy to not have to hear the whip song and be able to talk about shit for a bit. How about this classic from the UK? Man, there's a real problem with people harassing others on subways, right?
What? What?
That looks like the people you see being that are harassing, right?
I can stand it.
Yes.
I can stand there if I like. Just take a photograph of me. Hi. Did you just photograph me? What? That's assault. No, photographing me without my permission, yeah, it's assault. Do you understand that? Give it here. Your phone, give it to me. Give me your phone. Eyebrights. I'm deleting it. I'm deleting your assault. Do you understand? Yeah? See, you invaded my personal space, right? And I'm deleting your assault. Okay. What else is about to fight? Go fetch. What? You can't be serious. Are you serious? Huh? Are you filming me?
No.
Oh, well then what's this? What's that if it's not filming me?
It's Facebook Live.
What? Did you...
You're live on Facebook right now.
What's that TikTok in this?
I've got you too.
Me too.
Me too.
Our next stop is Norbridge, if anyone's interested. Anyone watching, I mean. And if there are any police in the area, that would be lovely.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank goodness all of those women stood up to that guy. Particularly, the majority of them were women of color. Because we all know the average situation of harassment on a subway is white guys with noble women and women of color having to fight back against these evil white men, right? That's how it works. That's the normal. What a fucking joke. First off, the most likely situation you are to see with shit like this is some man will eventually stand up and be like, what the fuck are you doing? And the assailant's usually some person of color. And then you'll see some fucking white woman yelling at the guy trying to stop him. Stop it, stop it, stop it. That's the average situation. But we as a culture have been inundated constantly over and over and over to beat it into your head subconsciously that it's these people that are white, that are men, etc., that they're the problem through this victimhood cultural Marxist bullshit. Anyways, now we'll get back on with the grift. William Kramer Jr. says, your torture from listening to that classic song was awesome. It seriously was so satisfying. Just so you know, the whip will be back. Well, then someone's going to have to pay $200 to bring it back. But thank you, William. The whale of our channel, one-time dono of $2,000. Always appreciate hearing from William. I think he's wrong tonight. I don't think anyone's going to donate $200 more to bring back the whip song tonight. But we shall see. More super chats.
Ron Quay, $2.17. He's always battling it out. So we got the OCD crowd that always wants a nice round number on the Super Chat goal. And then we got the Chaos crowd, Ron Quay being one of them, who always likes to donate a number with a weird cent attached to it. So he gives $2.17, says, we don't like round numbers around here. To which Alexander R. makes it even by a donation of $1.83, which Ron Quay donates $1.17, which Alexander R. donates $1.83 to get us back to even. Blasterbot, $5, says Europe's going to have crazy backlash after this. Yep. Totally agree. And that's it. Like, I feel bad for people that do things the right way. If you're an immigrant that came the right way, or you're a person of color, and to have in your name shit being done like this, there's going to be backlash. And it's not going to be totally fair how that backlash comes about. But the status quo is not sustainable. It's not. Europe's probably already too far gone. But all the more reason to be more vigilant here in the United States and say enough is enough of this woke bullshit. Intel Wild, $5. Says, why does Rob's 200 get kept in front of the others? I don't know, man. I'm not intentionally doing it. I don't know. Oh, okay. William says he's just talking about future streams. Now, I know EOD was in here. And I know he's accused of being a ginger. I don't know that he is ginger, but he at least knows somewhat of the ginger identity. Can you please stop telling large ginger women to stop grabbing the ass cheeks of one-legged immigrants in swimming pools? EOD, can you get on the phone with your peeps and get something done about this shit? Apparently it's an epidemic in Germany. Thank goodness. Accused of being a ginger. Can someone find me one example? Just one story. I don't give a shit if it was later found to be not guilty. Can you show me a large ginger woman that was charged with grabbing the ass cheek of an immigrant? Ron Quay says, my girl is a ginger and she grabs my ass. It's acceptable. Yeah, but you're not a one-legged immigrant. EOD is not a ginger. He's just been accused. John Smith. John, you're going to get in trouble. You already had a big problem with your with cell phones and your date that one night. EOD was caught being a ginger. Now, isn't this nice? Isn't it nice? Just take a second. I want you to listen. Do you guys hear that? Wait. You hear? Can anybody tell me what you hear? You know what I hear? Not the whip song. That's what I hear. It's nice. No whip song. Pretty good. It's nice. Get to finish a story, talking about the story without having to play the whip song every 5 seconds. Good shit. Nice. Pleasant. Good stuff. Alexander R. $5 says, EOD must stand trail for this. That's it, EOD. Head to your nearest trail and stand on it. For the alleged crimes of being a ginger. I'm the worst typer in the world. $50 to bring EOD on trial for being a ginger.
Intel Wild, thanks so much, man. Always great to hear from you. $25 says, I might say things against our side sometimes, but I won't support the other side. Well, shit, man. Only a automaton or a NPC would be unwilling to criticize people on their side. Here's the truth. If you're a free-thinking person, there will never be another person that you completely agree with. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. So absolutely, you should be allowed to criticize your own side. It's just that all of us know that we're in the realm of sanity and we agree with each other on 90% of the shit, the most important stuff. Jet, $5 says, they're right. I am the problem. Ah! You must be a ginger ass groper? I hope not. And Fort Stego, truly an unsung hero. Donating to Stop the Whip Song says, damn, 282 watchers. Rob's pretty popular when there's no whip song. Alesto, $5 says, EOD likes to wear ladies' underwear and is only a ginger because of no soul. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. I'll guarantee I'm not going to have EOD's a fucking man's man. He might be a secret ginger, but that dude's as manly as it comes. Guaranteed. And then Alexander R gives $1.01, and that took us right to $1,357, which is always our secondary goal. So let's give it a go. Damn. What a Chad. John Smith, $2.19 says, chaotic neutral, baby. Thank you, John. Average redhead, says, I hate gingers, especially the one I see in the mirror every day. Thank you, average redhead. And then the great Alexander R gets us to a nice even number. For $1.81. Thanks you, Alexander R. I guess the next goal to get to is 500%. Which I don't know what that would be. Let's see. 500% of this goal would be, let's do a little math. 357 times 5. $1,785. We'll see. I don't know that it's possible. $2,000 for the shirt, but my wife didn't get back to me. I don't know where the shirt is. I don't know if it exists anymore. I'll do my best. I promise if I can find the shirt, if we get to $2,000, I'll put the stupid ass hot dog shirt on. Consumption of a spicy pickle would be 500%. I don't have any spicy pickles in the house. Also, here's the nose whistle because I'm a big, fat, asthmatic, heavy breather. I'm trying to lose weight. My wife said she'd buy me that shirt. There you go. Rob doesn't like having a way. True. Now listen. Now I can talk. We got through. We're at the 2-hour, 30-minute mark, so I at least gave content. Here's the deal. I don't know, are we not men? But I'll happily put it on. I didn't think the shirt was that bad anyways. Stop trying to hurt Rob, y'all. She'd buy that exact shirt. John, I don't know that it would be a little baggy on you. Chat is brutal tonight. Now listen, I'll fuck with the chat now. We're at the grifting hours. So all the lamentations about Rob's stupid shirt. We'll make Rob listen to the whip song. Yet when the chips were down, all it took was 2 men, Unforced Ego, and John Smith to shame all of you. That's all it took. All the big talk. Oh, we make Rob play the whip song. Rob doesn't like the whip song. It's true. I was having a rough time with it tonight. Even willing to burn 60 of my own dollars to end it. That's true. But when the chips were down, it was all a bunch of chirping. And now, look who stands tall. Me and John Smith and Unforced Ego. Standing tall above it all. Do I own a second hat? Yes!
I like this hat. So I have a gray hat that's a plain gray hat. I got it. It's a little dirty. And also I was wearing it around a campfire and it got burn marks in it. So then I have a black hat that's the same way, but my son took it and stretched it out. It doesn't have this, right? It's like a fitted hat, so it doesn't have the snaps in the back. So now it's stretched out. So then I got the old pirate hat that's dirty. I know it's dirty. And then ever since someone gave me shit that it was dirty, I was like, I could wash it, but no, fuck you. Dirty hat's the sign of a man. I'm outside doing shit, mowing the yard, weed eating, stuff like that. I also have a hot dog hat. No, I don't, but go carnivore. The P is for Pisco. True. It's my Pisco hat. You guys didn't know Pisco had merch. There you go. Do I ever go to a Pirates game? I haven't been to one this year, but I used to go all the time. I was a big fan. I haven't even watched. I watched half of one Pirate game this year. It's a shame. Paul Skeens is a man, but man, it feels good though. Feels good to stand on top of the chat this fine evening. Feels good. Pisco's on notice for stealing Pirates copyrighted logo. When am I going to debate Pisco on the John Bolton raid? Anytime, baby. Anytime. Happy to do it. Here's my entire strategy. No one's above the law. The bar for starting an investigation's very low. There you go. And Pisco will say, and I'll say, no one's above the law. The bar for starting an investigation's very low. There you go. That's the whole debate. Oh, yeah. John Bolton's just the tip of the iceberg. Small potatoes. And by the way, just raiding his house ain't putting charges on him yet. So let's see. Let's see if we get charges. Yeah, you like that Pisco impression? There you go. No one's above the law. Now we're paying to get rid of that. Now, no one suggested that. You want to get rid of the hat? $2,500. And I'll put the hat in the dustbin and not wear it anymore. I'll go buy a nice new hat if we get to $2,500. Otherwise, I'm not going to be bullied into get rid of this hat for a team that I love to hate or hate to love. Something like that. There you go. Someone don't get us up to 20. There's too many grifts. There's too many grifts. There's the grift where people were trying to get, the OCD crowd's trying to get a nice even number, and the chaos crowd's trying to get cents on there. Then you got the whip song grift. Then you got the $2,000, put the shirt back, the hot dog shirt. Then you got the hot pickle grift, which I'm out of hot pickles now. Now the take the hat off grift. John Smith, $5. Thank you so much. Has Rob Spisco response to my whip dono? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right. This is true. This is absolutely true. William Kramer Jr. I had to make a special rule on the channel because of William Kramer Jr. William, one night, gets into a battle, a dono battle with Cat, where they decided to out-petty each other in one of the most spectacular acts of pettiness I've ever seen. William Kramer Jr. gave, I'm not making this up, a one-time donation of $2,000 just to win the battle. I'm not shaving my beard for $2,000. Not happening. My wife likes the beard. And I'm not Wick, some dude that's on there saying, let's shave my fucking beard for the... Wick has to do shit like that because he's a dog shit debater. So yes, William is right. That was quite the intense night. Did I miss any super chats? Let me make sure not. Alexander R, $5 says, how can anyone debate Pisco? You want to answer questions, even ones that only have one obvious answer. That's how people that aren't good faith debate. That's how, watched the debate with Andrew Wilson and Wick the other night. Same shit. Won't answer obvious, blatant shit.
And $3,000, I'll throw out my shirt and shoes. $5,000 and I'll buy a new couch. Oh, shit. I'll become a whale of the channel if you burn the Walmart shirts. Half of my wardrobe's probably Walmart. Where the hell else would I buy clothes? There's no stores around here. In fairness, now you have Amazon, but start auctioning. I'm going to have merch soon. I'm not auctioning clothes or bathwater. Damn. Maybe tomorrow night I'll review the Wick Andrew debate. I'm not gonna. It's 4.5 hours. God bless Andrew for being a saint, for sticking that out for 4.5 hours. I don't know how much there is to review. You basically get the gist of it in the first 30 minutes. So we'll go through it. Alexander R2 says Wick would have answered the dog question. I don't know that Wick's the worst person on earth. He is he's a terrible debater, not a very good moderator. Yeah, that's where I'm at. For a while, all I had was like white and gray undershirts that I would just wear as regular shirts. And my wife was like, dude, don't do that. Get some real shirts. No. 2000 will not permanently reinstate Whip Song Forever. Nope. I know better. That will eventually bite me in the ass. So we're going a big no on that. $2,000, though, I will say, for a single $2,000 donation, then the Whip Song will be reinstated all night, and no amount of donation, not even matching the $2,000, would rescind that. I'll happily do that for a $2,000 donation. Now there's a fucking man. Doberman says, what the heck's an undershirt? Well said. Oh yeah, we agreed to play Ron Quay's song. Where was that sent? Where on the Discord did you send that, Ron? Music maybe? That would make sense, right? No. General maybe? No. Just let me know. Discord DM. Okay. All right, let's try it. Here we go. A song. We'll put up the little graphic that was made for me. No one is above the law. All right. Share this tab. Add to stage. Here we go. Ron Quay made us a song. Let's play it.
No one is above the law, not even a president of the United States, says President Joe Biden. The gavel drops, change force in your words. You raise the bar for justice, which we did in the original flow. Enemies of truth now reaping what they sow. They chant in corridors, the bar for an investigation is very low. Yet above it all they stand, false crowns are low. Echoing through halls, the powers are local. No one is above the law. You built that throne, now watch it fall. No one obeys the law. No one is above the law. No screaming loud with the credibility threat. This time it's different, truth but unsheathed. No one is above the law. Inspectors General hold agencies accountable. It's a rallying cry. Fights to a watchdog at the White House. Justice not denied. But hypocrisy bleeds through your sanctimonious lies. While populists war cry, you hide behind your glass disguise. Their words cut deeper than any sword called aware. No one is above the law. No one is above the law. Your gilded tower trembles the truth for. The bar for an investigation is very low. This time it's different, justice reigns once more. Pelosi thundered a blaze above the law. She dared bar to stand, her words a righteous claw. And now you breach the rules, you betray from within. Your oath fractured, justice demands recompense. This time it's different. Feel the righteous rage. No one is above the law. Snap the gilded cage. Bar set so low, they mocked it with contempt. But now the abyss cracks. No law assassin. No one is above the law. Thundering our face. So menacing, untamed, untamed. No one is above the law. They'll fury untamed. No one is above the law. They wield their power with impunity. Till justice for a game. No longer. No one is above the law. This time it's different. They wielded power with impunity, took justice for a game. No longer. No one is above the law!
All right. It's good. It's very good. That is, if you missed the stream the other day, that's my feeling. All these fucking lefties. No one's above the law. The bar for starting an investigation very low. I heard that it's prosecutorial discretion. They can choose on who to go after. Every fucking excuse in the book for why the lawfare against Donald Trump was legitimate. Okay? Now the shoe's on the other foot, and they're like, but norms? What about norms? Oh my God, our democracy. You can't go after political opponents. Fuck you. No one's above the law. The bar for starting an investigation is very low. They have prosecutorial discretion. Fuck you. Enjoy it. This is the world that you wanted to live in. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. I don't give a shit what Chuck Todd has to say. I don't give a fuck what Destiny has to say. I don't care what the New York Times has to say. Fuck you people. Fuck you. That's how I feel. Personally, I laugh at them. I warn them. I warned them for years. People that followed my channel can see. How many times did I say, you can't see how eventually this will be used by the other side. You can't see that once you let this genie out of the bottle, that's fucking it. They don't care. They don't care. Orange Man bad, do whatever. Everything's justified against Orange Man. To be fair, Destiny has more important matters. Yeah, well, touche. Someone asked what's going on with the Discord invasions. I got to work out some things with it because there's a question of the ethical nature of raiding people in there doing these invasions and not telling them that you're streaming, because TikTok, everybody's already streaming, so it's baked in. Discord, that's not the case. So I tried then off stream going into some Discords and being like, hey, if I stream this, and a lot of people were like, no. And then furthermore, it's tough to find Discords that actually have actual conversations going on. My thoughts on the Trump building the third temple. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. So that's what's going on here. Get creative with fuck you, like a side of fuck you. Yes. Not bad. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, look at that. You know what's nice? You know what brings a smile on my face? We're fucking crushing it with the donos tonight. We're having fun. Twitter X invasions, we talked about that. Maybe X spaces, I could do that. We're crushing it. My community is top fucking notch. Me and the Crucible, I think, two of the best communities online for the amount of engagement that we get from our audience. And it's even more impressive that the Crucible does it because he's got like 5,000 people at a minimum watching nightly and still has insane engagement per person. But we're doing it here, man. We're fucking rocking it. And it's a pleasure. It really is. The amount of donos, likes, chats that we get, it's amazing. But having said that, another thing that makes tonight good is, listen to that. What's that you hear? That's the sound of victory. That's the sound of Unforced Ego, John Smith, and robnoerr winning. That's the sound of no whip song. And everybody's like, oh, someone will donate. Someone will donate. They ain't coming. Am I still gay? Consider myself happy and hetero. Take that how you want it. Happy, hetero, married to a real woman who's fucking great. Mr. Rattlesnake crushed the feminist he was debating. Great, great, great. I'll be working with Mr. Rattlesnake tomorrow on the extravaganza. Join in 5 p.m. Eastern time over on Rumble. I'm going to be filling in for Andrew for the extravaganza. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll make fun of Australians. Jake won't know how to handle working with a co-host that knows how to open olive jars. It'll be interesting. Intel Wild, thanks so much. $5. Says, motherfuck the blue-haired lefty Coomer Gremlins. It sounds like a song on its own right. Thanks so much, Intel Wild. Does this mean EOD's vindicated for the 2 times in a row that he's been here, getting 1,357? Yeah, Jake's a good debater, man. He really is. He's a good dude. I'm a big Jake fan. Oh, no. Don't do that. And Are We Not Men says, no, EOD is not vindicated. But what I was saying is, everybody's like, someone else will donate the $200 to bring the whip song back. Someone will do it. But they won't. They won't. You're waiting for a hero that's not coming. Someone will do it. We could cheer on someone. They'll bring back the whip song to annoy Rob and his wife and John Smith and Unforced Ego. But no, they're not coming. And y'all just have to pout and be like, whoa, maybe it'll happen. No, won't happen. True. William Kramer Jr. says, no matter what happens when the patriarchy streak was in a ton of danger, I'll always be the one that put that boss babe in her place and kept the streak alive. Yes, for an audience that's 95% male, when it came to our griftathon, it looked as if a woman was going to win. Cat. And William Kramer Jr. stepped up with a one-time donation of $2,000 to put the patriarchy firmly. Now. It's not cheating that I was bailing myself out. 1, that's not cheating. It's not. 2nd, it was irrelevant anyways because Unforced Ego also donated $200 on top of it. No cheating. Wade, mucho appreciated. Definitely put your money. And you donated the $200 afterwards. It's not me that stopped your $200 donation. It was John Smith. So no excuses. Though I will say that you can't rely on Wade Boggs again, who already threw $200 out for the whip song. So it would be unfair to look to him. Sounds like what someone that was caught cheating would say. That's true. Don't I don't want to break up marriages. Someone's like, here, fuck you, $200, whip song. And then the next day they'll be like, do you know anyone with a couch that I could sleep on? My wife has kicked me out of the house. That would not be good. See, John knows. Though John's quickly become like the most hated guy in the chat over his $200 donation. I will institute a rule going forward that I'm no longer allowed to donate to myself or my wife. That we could donate to ourselves, but they won't count to anything. I'm not so sure that's true. That's not legal advice that I'm willing to adhere to. I should not be... See, look at that. Are We Not Men and Achilles are like, fuck you, Rob. And EOD's like, nah. I merely took a loophole that was not closed. We'll close the loophole now. And it ended up not mattering anyways. Now, allow me to relish my victory of not having to put up with the whip song as we move on to the next story. So how did we get this place? I'm sorry, I won't be shamed in ignoring or noticing so much of crime that comes from minority communities, migrant communities, etc. I was on with Radical Coder. I thought he was going to fucking blow a gasket where I was like, I don't know. Why is the black community responsible per capita for so much more violent crime? Can't be genetics. Why couldn't it be? Of course that could be a possible explanation. I don't know. How about culture? Again, these people want to shame. Two things I'll say about this. If it can't be genetics or culture, if it's just because evil white people have set up a white supremacist system, then why aren't whites on top of it? Why do Asian people in the United States seem to outperform whites? Why do Ashkenazi Jewish people? What is it that's so inferior about whites that they could rig the system to benefit them and they still lose? Is it their biology or is it their culture? Oh, they don't have an answer for that, right? Go ahead. Let's talk about how white people are inferior. Because we could rig the game and still fail. We're still not at the top. The other point is, when you're told that you can't talk about crime statistics and shit like that, it is true. The blacks remarkably more likely to commit violent crimes outside of their race than other races. That's true. But still, predominantly when it comes to violent crimes committed by black perpetrators, the majority of it is against other black people. So for every time you hear a lefty say, you can't talk about that because that's offensive, that's racist, just reframe it in your mind like this. You can't talk about homicide victims that are black because that would be racist. Reframe that in your mind. That's what they're saying. We can't talk about this poor lady who happens to be black, whose son was killed in gang violence, because the perpetrator may have been black. So, oh. Intel Wild. Thank you so much, man. For real. Unbelievably fucking generous, man. What a Chad. Unbelievable. $201 donation. Says, bring the whip song back. I may not be a fan of the whip song this evening, and it may be a big fucking L for me against my war with the chat, but it's incredibly generous, and thank you so much for that. Thank you, Intel Wild. You absolute fucking legend. You have to be the most popular person in the chat. Oh, no. That doesn't get the song played. It just means that the song's allowed to be played. But Intel Wild has to be the most popular person in chat right now. And then, of course, immediately taking advantage of the situation is Alexander R., who donates $20 and says, W, my boy, Intel.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fallen.
Sweet Lord. Thank you, Wade Boggs, for the $20.
Where there's a whip,
Let's make it 2.
there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Please, someone
Where
send
there's a whip,
$200
we don't wanna go
to
to
stop this
war
madness.
today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fallen.
Seawolf, $20. Thank you. Says let it whip.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't wanna go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fallen.
Please, someone donate $200 to make this stop. Alexander R, $20 says, "Fuck it, whip chain."
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't wanna go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fallen.
Blasterbot, $20. Thank you so much. Says, people don't seem to understand that yelling that it's racist to shut down conversation doesn't make people not racist. It just makes them stop talking about things in public. Exactly. Thank you for the $20 and the whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't wanna go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fallen.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. To the people that are saying, this is stupid, I'm leaving. I get it. Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow talking about politics. Alexander R, thank you so much, man. Incredibly generous. $20 says, W, my boy, Lord of the Lashes, Intel, and Wade Boggs.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Level 4 Lobster. Thank you, man. Always incredibly generous. Always appreciate your calls. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. The money is very nice. The message, maybe not so much. It says, won't cost me an argument with my wife, but it will shut you up. Thank you, Intel. Whip, please.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
For the love of God, someone donate $200.
Crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Tiggle, thank you so much. $20. Incredibly generous. No message.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Ah. All right. Give me a second. I just want to remind people that if someone donates $200, I swear to you, I tried to donate $200 myself earlier to stop this. There may have to be a modification of the rules going forward. I do not know. I sympathize with the people. See, I donated my own money. $200 donation will stop the lip song. Until then, Alexander R, thank you so much for your generosity. I don't know. Let's play the original version. Thank you. It says this one's for the smug whip song blasphemy earlier. Fair enough.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
Thank you so much, Alexander R. John Smith. Truly a legend for trying to stop this madness earlier. $20. Thank you, John. Says, I accept defeat. Are we not men? Will you tuck me in again tonight, or are you still mad at me? It's a great question.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
Thank you so much, John Smith. Alexander R., incredibly generous with another $20. Says, whip songs till 2000. Thank you. I mean, the money's nice if I'm not going to lose my...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
So we will make adjustments going forward where it's going to be like a running counter where it's going to have to be a $5 increase or something because I can't do this another night. I'm not kidding you. The money is fantastic. You guys are the fucking best. But for realsy, I understand Postal Joe, Malsey. I heard there's a lot of people pissed off. I get it. First off, I hope that you'll at least be happy for me that I'm making money. Second thing, the weekend streams are always bonus. Okay? So and then I always try to provide at least 2.5 hours to 3 hours of actual political content. And after that, like we do things like the Griftathon and other things like that. So I hope that people understand this will not be my show full time. The way that this is going to work on a normal night is I'm going to fucking talk 50 hours out of a minute the first 2 to 2.5 hours about politics and culture and shit like that, right? I'm going to. So I understand the people that are upset about it. But I did run my mouth, and I understand the chat is giving me my comeuppance. So the whipathon, yeah. So anyways, I understand though. Understand. Tiggle, thanks so much. $20 says whip song till the morning. Thank you, Tiggle. It's an incredibly generous donation. Please, sweet, sweet, sweet hero, someone come out there and donate $200. Please, $200 donation will end this madness. Please. Thank you, Tiggle. Appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
I love this one. Intel Wild is so enthusiastic. After donating the 200 to bring the whip song back, says, for $20, thank you, Intel Wild, says, whip song. Yeah, you got it, buddy.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
We're hemorrhaging viewers, but that's okay. I'm doing well with the donos, so we're almost at $2,000, unbelievably. Let me make sure. Now, William, I think that once I notice, if someone sends $200 in to end the whip songs, once I notice it, I would still have to play all of the songs that people had donated for previous to that. Else, that would seem unfair. But as soon as that donation would come in, that's it for the rest of the songs that would come in after that, or request. Then we're going to have another problem coming up here in 1 second that I don't know how to deal with. Here we go, though. Alexander R., thank you again. Another $20, says W, my boy, chat. Thank you, Alexander. Really appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
All right, here's the next. Holy shit, $2,000. Thank you guys so much. I promise I'll get to all the super chats. $2,000. Thank you. Go. I guess the next goal is 1,000%, so I don't have to do that again. That'll be $3,570. Here's the next prop. Now, Jason donates $19.99. Normally, as you can see here from the previous one, we count that as 20. But the difference is, the reason that it's showing up as $19.99 here is because he specifically put 20, but whatever device he's donating on, it puts it at $19.99. That's why it's orange. The yellow donation is specifically not 20. Now, you might say that's nitpicky, but you'll see Jason here later says that last set has been saved for later whips, which implies to me an intentional non-whip play for the $19.99. Now, I'll play it, and Jason plays for both donations. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I really do. $20 is whipping out them store prices. So we'll play it, but I just wanted to show it's weird how many weird rule controversies we could get. See, look at this. Bullshit, bad faith. I'm just saying. All right. Jeez Louise. Thank you.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much for that, Jason. Tiggle, $20 says, the lash is love, the lash is life. Sounds like the chainsaw guy from The Running Man. Thank you, Tiggle. Incredibly generous tonight. Thank you so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you, Tiggle. Intel Wild, $5. Wow. Thank you, Intel Wild. No whip song on this one. Says thank you, guys. Truly the people's hero. Here's the problem. We have selectively removed anyone that would be against the whip song at this point, because at this point, they're fucking enraged and have left and will probably never come back to the channel. That's okay. Fuck them if they don't have a sense of humor about it. That's my feelings on it. Though I can admit to being annoyed by the whip song as well. Nonetheless, to all of you that have stuck around, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, even if we're just having a little fun. Also, to those that are suggesting ways to prevent this from happening again, I'll think on what to do, right? I understand the shirt thing. I'll look for the shirt when I'm done doing all these whip donations. I can't guarantee it's down there, but I'll look. Nonetheless, I think what I'll probably do is start the whip song out $20, and then every time it's played, it increases by $10. So $20 for the first 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Or maybe we'll double it. 20, 40, 60, or 20, 40, 80, 160. I don't know. But it'll be something like that. That's or maybe I'll limit it to how many times an hour we could play it. Just 2 times per hour until we reach the 3 hour. That's probably what I'll go with. 3 hours and on, I'll announce to everyone. For all of you people that hate the damn whip song, leave now because my audience is attempting to Chinese water torture me. It's kind of working. All right. But the show must go on. The great Alexander R. Again, thank you so much, Alexander. You've been so generous tonight in your torture of me. 4 more whips, he says. You got it, Alexander. Thank you so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
So weak. I'm weak, though. I feel like leaving. All right. Tiggle. Thank you so much. Again, man. Incredibly generous. $20 says, I feel like Chat's whipping Rob more than he's whipping us at this point. I would say that's fair.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. Jason Blaze It 20 bucks says that last cent's been saved for later whips. Thank you, Jason. Really appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
Please, someone donate $200 to stop this. Intel Wild, thank you so much. $5, incredibly generous. Says $400 for the whip song for 1 month. No. Dear God, no more rules for more whip songs. Thank you, Intel Wild. John Smith, unbelievably generous. Thank you so much. Always appreciate, man. $26.17. Says, no whip for this one, please. My pleasure. We're within reach. Two more. Tiggle, $20 says, Rob, play it. Thank you, Tiggle. Really appreciate
it. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Tiggle. We're almost digging ourselves out of the great William Gramer Jr. Well, the channel $20. Thank you, William. Says all kinds of whip song donations. All kinds. Thank you, William. Really appreciate it, man.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Don't donate any more money to whip songs tonight because we just had someone donate $200.01. I don't know who it is. There's a name, but I don't read people's real names there. But this person says for $200.01 on PayPal, you've got at least 30 seconds to talk about whatever you want before the whippers undo this money. Now that came in at 1:31 a.m. Jason Blaze put $20 in. This was at 1:30. That beats it by a minute. Says this last set has been added. Thank you so much, Jason. This will be the last fucking whip song. Thank goodness.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
John Smith, $5. Thank you so much, John. Says, hey, Rob, I generated a new song for you. Link just goes to whip song. Thank you. And here is who I think the culprit will be, though obviously it wasn't the same name that showed up in the PayPal. Average Redhead for $2 says, Rob, check PayPal. Thank you so much, Average Redhead. Yeah, I'll admit, I'm not going to brag this time. I'm not gonna brag. I'm just gonna say, thank you so much to Average Redhead. Thank you so much. Now listen, people are pissy, right? And they're like, oh, proof. I can't show people. You have to understand the way this works. When people donate to something like PayPal, it'll oftentimes show their real name. And I can't show that, nor do I want to say that, because most of you on here are using names that aren't your own. So I'm not going to show you the PayPal donation. That's not going to happen. But I don't know if you can tell, I'm much happier now. We're moving forward. The whip song's done tonight. It's done. That's it. $200 would bring it back, but we're not worried about that. I think that everyone's got it out of their system. We're doing very well. So no need to bring back the $200 tonight. We're doing great. We've done very good. It's very good. It's been a very good show. And the whip song did very good tonight. But we're going to move forward with the show now. Damien, thanks so much for the $2. Says you need a competition for Lord of the Lash. Most whips. I don't know. I think there's enough grifting with the whip song. I've been beaten tonight. I'm beaten. Morale may be low with the audience. That's fine. I think morale should be high. The whip song won tonight. That's the way it goes. People can't get pissed. It ain't me. I didn't send the fucking money. Maybe it's Kronik who's behind it. That's the breaks. But I cannot show people's name. That's all joking aside. That's fucking personal. I don't care who of you out there. I would never do that and betray someone's trust. And it happens a lot. People, sometimes you almost slip up, right? But like people have pseudonyms for a reason. So Tiggle, thanks so much for the $10. What's the little emojis you have there? Like oranges or something. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Tiggle. You've been incredibly generous tonight. They did find a way. They did. Crucible Crusader, $5 says, as the great Andrew Wilson would say, you shouldn't have did what you did. Yeah. So I will say this. I hope that you all trust me to know that I would never make up a donation. I would never do that, for real. Like, all fucking joking aside, I would never do it. If I just sit here until I was ready to go to bed at 2:30 or 3, I'd listen to the fucking whip song the rest of the night before I would do something like that. So I hope that you trust me when it comes to that shit. Of course, it's easiest just if donations come through YouTube, but there's problems with that. A lot of people don't want to donate to YouTube, and then there's a maximum amount that you're allowed to donate on YouTube. So, for example, Unforced Ego, oftentimes he'll reach the maximum amount and he can't donate. So when he donated earlier, it was to PayPal because it can't come through. All right, the fucking hot dog shirt. All right, I'll see what I can find. I'll go downstairs and look for the hot dog shirt real quick. $200 would bring back the whip song, but I'm warning you right now, probably 2:30, I'm out tonight. So buyer beware. If you decide that you want to go back to the whip song and you're going to donate $200, don't get pissed off when I'm like, okay, it's 2:30, we're wrapping the show up. So don't get mad. If you don't, this is the one time in my life that I would be happy to not see a $200 donation. Seawolf, thank you so much. $10 says, hell of a job. Well done, chat. Yeah, I mean, for real, I've learned my lesson. I miss it already, people says. I don't know if I can find this shirt. I don't know. Are we not men's out? Okay. All right. I'll play a song. We'll do the Olive Jar song. I'll be right back. I'll look for like 2-3 minutes. That's all I could do. I'll be right back.
Straight the top, an alpha male. Leave no leader standing as you give them hell. Patriarchy, winning debates, or
All right. I could not find the shirt. My wife's asleep. She does the laundry. I don't know where it's at. I tried to sneak in open drawers, but I didn't want to turn the light on in our bedroom, so that's that. I made an effort. Whip song done. Fucking music done. Griff with that stuff done. Great. Jason, thank you so much, man. $5 says, didn't know that last cent was the final dono for the whip. Yes. Okay. Take a minute to breathe. We will adjust going forward. What the whip song plan on future days? Oh, for shit. I had another story to talk about tonight, but we might not get to that. Our boy, William Kramer Jr., one of my favorite people that donates on here. Well, the channel, thank you so much as always, William Kramer Jr. $220 says, I messed up. I should have paid for 2. I made a Hodge Twins reference, which means I should have paid for it to play twice. Here's the money for the second one that I forgot to pay for. Okay. Thank you, William. And $20 on top of it to actually play the song. To the person that said, I came back and music's still playing. And I was like, well, that person will be happy. We've moved on from music.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's foremen.
Thank you so much, absolute Chad, William Kramer Jr. Wade Boggs, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Says, what did we learn? I don't know what we learned.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's foremen.
All right. Thank you so much, Wade Boggs. Tiggle, thank you so much. $20. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Incredibly generous tonight. Thank you so much. For real. Says, da, for $20. Thank you, man.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Wade Williams donation. I did. It was $200 to reinstitute the whip song and then $20 on top to play the whip song. So that's one whip song. I feel like I'm getting my ass beat. We don't have to sneak an extra one in. Mr. Vista, wow, man. Great to hear from you tonight. Thank you so much, man, for real. $20. Interesting dono number. Thanks so much. Says, what's going on? I just woke up. We're having fun tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fista. Tiggle, thanks so much, man. $20. Really appreciate it. Incredibly generous. Thank you so much, man. $20 says one more.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thanks so much, Diggle. Mr. Fista, thank you so much for the $20. Says, one more what? Seriously confused. Thank you, mister. I always appreciate you, man. Thanks so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thanks, Mr. Fist. Blasterbutt, $20. Thank you so much. Says, did you know that many large sauropods would have been able to generate enough force with their tails that they could make a whip crack sound? Wow. Thank you, Blasterbutt. Your dinosaur knowledge is always...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip,
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Blasterbot. Mr. Fista, thanks so much. I know you're coming in late. You're confused. $20. Why does this keep happening? I don't know.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
Just want to take a moment to say that I think I'm a very good debater, and I love doing political content and cultural content. Most of the time, we're not just playing music the entire stream, at least for the first 2.5 hours to 3 hours of every stream. I'll be back at noon tomorrow to do a call-in show. Taggle, thanks for the $20. Really appreciate it, man. Taggle says, this is for, I don't know. Well, thank you so much for the money, even if...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
I think, the first ever person from a state school, at least in Pennsylvania, to qualify for the national debate tournament. One of the best debaters in the country. Miggy, thanks so much for the $20. Says, where there's a wick, there's a yay. Thank you, Miggy. Always appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
Thank you so much. I coached Clarion to a championship in the novice division in the American Debate Association for a team that was brand new and never debated in high school whatsoever. An amazing feat. Average Redhead, thanks for the $20. Says, thanks for not showing my name from PayPal. Of course, absolutely, of course. Says, I've drained my grip funds for at least a month, so I'm going to go back to silent watching. Also, that $200 didn't last long. So if you can't beat them, join them. One whip, please. There could be another hero like Average Redhead out there to donate the $200 to stop this madness. But thank you for trying, Average Redhead. Thank you for the donation here as well. Really appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Average Redhead. You tried to do the right thing, and I appreciate that thoroughly. Mr. Fista, $20. Thank you. Says, I'm generally confused. I think I'm just going to go back to sleep. Well, sleep well. Really appreciate it, Mr. Fista. Really do. Thanks so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fista. Enjoy your night's sleep. I'll be in bed at some point soon. Postal Joe, $20, but thank you so much for the $20. Says, no song, hate the song. Love the donos, though. Is this because of Trump's great economy? Of course. It's Trump's great economy. Of course. That's why people never under Biden would these amount of donations be possible. Again, I remind people, I'm a pretty good debater. I think I put out good streams that aren't just playing music. We will adjust going forward. Weekends and late night streams, I hope everyone understands. It's funsies. We're all having fun. I'm having a blast. Thank you for the dono, Postal Joe, and especially thank you for not wanting the whip song played. Blasterbot, $20. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. It says, Rob will be remembered for many things, especially as that whip guy. Oh, boy. There's a reputation I can't wait to have.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Blastbot. Really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Thank you. Tiggle, man, been incredibly generous tonight. Thank you. $20 says, Rob, remember you're having fun. I do remember. I am having fun. Hey, I'm not going to bullshit you. The donations are good. But, you know, it's like you're digging ditches for a living and you get paid a lot for it. The money's good, but...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. You've been incredibly generous tonight. Now, as sort of a tongue-in-cheek thing, I said that we'd be going for the the new goal of 1,000% of our goal, which would be $3,570. I don't know that we'll make it there, but might as well shoot for the moon. But you guys are being awesome tonight. Thank you so much. All joking aside, look, I'll be honest. The whip song is to the point of brutal annoyance to me. I have to question what I'll do in streams going forward, because although it's a lot of fun and I'm making a lot of money, which is great, I could quickly see people other than a core group of like 80 people being like, it was funny, but I'm not going to tune in every night. So I will be forced after tonight to make some sort of adjustment, whether it be only certain times of the stream that you can play the whip song, or progressively, like the progressive tax on the whip song. I don't know, but damn, you guys are the best. You really are. Now back to the grind. Miggy, always great to hear from you, man. Donates another $20. Thank you so much. Says, hold on, Rob. There's a bit of politics on your music stream. We can't have that. Well, that's a good point. We'll get back to work.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
I'll remind people that someone could donate $200 and stop this madness. Now, I'm well aware that everyone that would want this stop probably left the stream an hour and a half ago. But if there's some hero out there that wants to donate $200 to stop this, you could donate to PayPal. You could donate to buymeacoffee.com. You could donate to Cash App. You could donate on Rumble. You could donate on YouTube. Wherever, we'll take any donation. Until that point, Tiggle, thanks so much. Another $20 says, chat won. Chat definitely won tonight. That is indisputable. Thank you so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip,
Thank you again, Tiggle. Really appreciate it. John Smith, a hero tonight, tried to stop this madness, says, $5. I'll send another $200 to stop the whip song if Rob sings the whole song once. With exuberance. No, I won't do it. I have my dignity. So I refuse. I refuse. I will not sing the song with exuberance. I appreciate the offer, but I refuse. I have my dignity, damn it. Blasterbot, $20 says, or someone could wait 20 minutes and there would be freedom for Rob. Sweet freedom.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
One of these times, I had to go to the restroom. One of these times, it's going to come back from the song and I'm just going to be MIA. I just climbed out the window. Did we do it? Was that the last one? Oh, that was it. Nice. We made it. We made it through those trials and tribulations. Now, someone said earlier, this is what I get because I didn't go to church today. Now, I agree. I should have went to church. However, I was concerned about my son not sleeping well and having a stomach ache. But yes, I will go to church next week. So, what am I going to talk about now? I forgot how to stream. All I know is hitting the button to play the song. That's all I remember. The next debate I'm in, like, someone's going to be like, blah, 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 blah. What do you think about that? And I'm going to be like, I don't know. I'm just going to play this song. Well, there we go. I guess, I guess, Blasterbot, thanks so much, says, my whole night's paycheck. But it's been worth it. Thank you, Blasterbot. In all seriousness, thank you. Incredibly generous. Thank you.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
I don't think I missed John's super chat, did I? I got this one, right? I read that one. And then, of course, after Blasterbot, John's, at least on mine, it showed up next. John Smith, $20. Thank you, man. Always, for me, it showed up after John's did. Is this one you all are saying I missed? Listen, if this is what you're saying I missed, let me show you my list. This will give me a reprieve for a minute. I promise we'll get to it, but here, to the shaky cam. All right, here you go. See? Blaster bots. And then John's beneath it. So I don't know why. Maybe it showed up different for you guys. But there you go. So I didn't miss. I at least win that little mini battle there. Anyways, John Smith says, you didn't go to church today. Whip. Okie dokie.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's War.
You are correct, Susan Griffith. You are correct. I think you could tell the exact time when I had heard the whip song enough this evening. When I was like, well, if I have to play the whip song, then I never said I had to play the one with the fun little cartoon. So, Tiggle, thanks so much for $20. Please, someone, I keep desperately checking Cash App and PayPal. Please, someone send $200 to stop this madness. Tiggle for $20 says, you didn't go to church. This'll teach you. The lesson is being...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's War.
All right. Clean slate. We did it. We're at 755% of our goal. I don't think we're going to make it to 1,000% of the goal, which is a shame, I guess, because this is probably the only night that we'd ever come close to 1,000% of the goal in one evening. So it would have been nice to make it. And I'm trying to grift, like griftception, grifting off the grift of the grift. You can't fault me for trying. So that would be, we'd need about $1,000 more dollars. I don't even know. I can't do math anymore. I can't do anything except think of that stupid ass song. Anyways, $3,570 to be 1,000% of the goal. What to talk about here in the waning hour of the show? Oh, let's think. What kind of weapon would you use if you were like in some fantasy adventure setting? I personally, with my guy Joe Boober, my barbarian in D&D, I use an axe. That's what Joe Boober uses. But maybe there's some other weapon that you all would use. I don't know. I can't think of a weapon that would, maybe one that could crack like the sound barrier or something like that. I don't know. I just don't know what that's fucking. Yes, it's 35 more whip songs. Yeah, that's true. That's one way. Joe Boober's hands are deadly weapons. Right, right. No. I'm not cheating anyone. I didn't cheat anyone. The whip songs have been exhausted. Whips are a finesse weapon? Maybe. I don't know. I guess I just don't know much about whips. I just don't know. I just don't know. Whips are mechanically bad in D&D? Well, if only they had a badass song to go with. Yeah, what does go on a good pumpkin pie? Perhaps some sort of cream? I don't know. I don't know what kind of cream would go well on a pumpkin pie. I don't know. There you go. See, I didn't cheat anyone tonight. I played every song. Thank you, Miggy. Whips are OP in Elden Ring. Well, I think I have to buy a new hat now, so I don't know how much that'll set me back. But I'm sure I'll buy my wife something nice. She deserves it. She's a great woman. She also hates that whip song. Speaking of which, John Smith, thank you so much, man. Incredibly generous. $20. Thank you, man. We're only 34 whip songs away from 1,000% of our goal. I guess that's one way to stay positive. 30, well, still have yet to play this one, so 35 whip songs away from our goal. Thank you, John Smith.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's foremen.
Thank you, John Smith. Incredibly generous. We're only 34 whip songs away from our goal. John Smith donates $20 and says, add another. Thank you, John Smith. Amazing. Thanks for the generosity.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's foremen.
Thank you, John Smith. Incredibly generous. We're at 777%. A lucky number. Tiggle. Oh, 33 whip songs away from our goal. Tiggle gives $20. Says we could do it. 1,000% or bust. Thank you so much, Tiggle. I really appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's War.
32 whip songs away to achieving our goal. Thank you so much, Tiggle. John Smith, $20. Thank you, John. Says, can I get my good night song from Are We Not Men instead? If not, third whip song for one time only, because I can't open this up to other songs. I really can't. But because John's really cool and he did spend $200 to try to end the whip song madness, I feel that we could take a brief reprieve and we'll play the song that he's requested. But that's it. So anyone else that wants to request a different song, it's not happening. So here we go. Are We Not Men's Lullaby to John Smith.
Are we not men just walking this earth, chasing the stars, unsure of our worth? I see you there, a friend in the night. No hearts to break, no love to ignite.
I don't know if it sounds so good because it's not the whip song or...
Good night, John Smith. Sleep easy, my friend. This wish has no twist, no message to send. Just platonic, no sonnets, no swoon. Rest well under the silver moon.
Oh, Glenn Lawrence, man. He came in on a weird night, but man, it's always nice to hear from you, Glenn. We're playing music for money.
Are we not men who laugh at the day?
Sorry, Naughty Germ, I couldn't remember which was which.
In our own simple way. No roses, no red, no secrets to share. Only the quiet of night that we bear. Good night, John Smith. Sleep easy, my friend. This wish has no twist, no message to send. Just platonic, no sonnets, no swoon. Rest well under the silver moon. No poetry blooms, no candle is lit, no romance assumes. I promise you this, it's just a soft whisper, a wish for your rest, from one man to another. No beating chest. Good night, John Smith. Sleep easy, my friend. This wish has no twist, no message to send. Just platonic.
It's not gay, it's platonic.
No swoon. Rest well under the silver moon.
our great mod, Are We Not Men, wrote that song for his friend John Smith. All right, if you rated in from Glenn Lawrence, first off, Glenn, what a Chad. Thank you so much for the raid. Always enjoy talking with you. Hopefully we can chat soon. It's a weird time of night. The audience has decided to torture me because I made a mistake. I created a situation where I have this little song on the channel. For a $20 donation, you get to play the song. It was to encourage people to give some donations. It worked here and there. But once the song became slightly annoying, people realized that they could really stick it to me by requesting the song over and over again. So we've probably played this song 60 times tonight for $20 donation. So I apologize if you decide that you want to leave. First off, that last song wasn't gay. You have to listen to lyrics. It said it was platonic. Nonetheless, I understand totally if you're not a regular viewer of this show and you're like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. You're not wrong. It is pretty stupid. Normally I'm debating politics, culture, etc. Now you can stop the song for a $200 donation. Please, someone send $200. It would be amazing. Because $200 would be nice, but also to not have to hear this song anymore would be awesome for me. That would be great. We would love that. Nonetheless, we're 32, roughly there. Where there's a whip, there's a way, songs away from achieving our goal of 1,000%. Blasterbot, $20 as I hopped in and started this, and I've stuck it through to the end of the stream, lol. You did it, Blasterbot. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Incredibly generous for real. But I do love
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Thank you so much, Blasterbot. Tiggle, $20 says W Whip Song. We're 31 whip songs away from our goal. Thank you so much, Tiggle. Really appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. We're only 30 whip songs away from getting to our goal of 1,000% tonight. Thank you, Tiggle. Mercifully, it looks like that's the end of the queue. So right now there are no whip songs in the queue. I wonder what Glenn's audience was talking about tonight. Probably not whip-themed songs would be my guess. Now we were talking about bunch of crime stuff with immigrants and minority communities earlier today. I thought it was a good conversation. We sort of got stymied in an hour and a half to 2 hours of whip song business, but we did run out of whip tokens there. That's okay. A mere 30. There's our man Zen's forehead. What's happening, man? How How you doing, Zen? You've missed an exciting night of whip songs, but you're here for it now. It was about a 2-hour stream derail. That's true. I probably lost 50 to 60 people that'll never watch my channel again. I do remember the year I'm at. Oh, you're great, Zen. Don't worry about it. Degenerate shit and cleanse panel. Well, there you go. That would have fit right in with what I was trying to talk about today, but we got derailed, and now I don't remember anything. I don't remember how to debate. I don't remember the topics that I was going to talk about. I don't remember how to take care of myself and eat or anything else. I feel like an invalid at this point. It was really degen stuff. Okay, it wasn't that bad. I was just talking about crime, particularly from immigrants and minorities that we're not supposed to talk about. Now, this episode will be immediately removed from YouTube for 2 reasons. One of which I won't say, but I'm sure you can imply potential problems with playing a song so many times. But also because of the topic, the aforementioned topic. So that might be true, Amagad. People that weren't real supporters. Anyways, it'll still be up on Rumble. Part of me going to meet this guy tomorrow is to get merch worked out. And we're going to work out getting a website where all of my videos will directly go to the website. Copyright reasons. Well, what are you talking about, William? I still like the whip songs as Average Redhead. Now, I know, this is how much I know and respect William Kramer Jr. He put the final nail in the coffin for me tonight. That's true. With his donation of $220. I'll have to go through a bunch of $20 donations to get back to it. But there it was. He did put the nail in the coffin. But I bet if we all give him a little ribbon, he'll get us to the rest of our donation of $3,570. He'll get us there. I almost said whip site. Listen, I really appreciate the whip donations. Tomorrow my son's going to whip school. Then me and my wife are going to go out to whip lunch after talking to this whip merch guy. And then I'll come back and do some whip research, for some whip debates that I have coming up. So, all I know is the whip now. Everything's whip. It's like being John Malkovich, where Malkovich goes inside his own head and it's just like, Malkovich. That's me. It's just like, whip. Whip search. Oh! I think we made it through the other end. And to think, a mere 30 whip songs away from reaching our goal of 1,000%. Close. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous to say, wait, what? You were 30 songs away from reaching your goal. Yeah, that's less than half of the times we played that damn song tonight. I'm not shitting you. If you weren't watching, you're like, no way. Yes, we probably played that damn song 50 to 60 times tonight. Like, for real. It's an hour. It's 1 minute and 1 second, that song. Which means that literally over an hour of that song that I've listened to every fucking minute of it. I did not take my headphones off once. I powered through. I just want to go on the record. Now, it's not quite just because I talked a little in between most of the times I played it. It's going great, Greg. It did sound whiptastic. So, but I've been successfully defeated. It has happened. I swear I have no idea what to talk about now. Like, for real. I'm rarely at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know. Maggie, thanks so much. The 150th donation of the night well over half, probably $20 donations to play the whip song. Our friend Miggy comes in. $20. Thank you so much. Says politics on a music stream. That doesn't work for me, brother. Thank you for channeling your inner Hulk Hogan as you were.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
All right. Thanks, Miggy, man. Really appreciate it. Amazing. Yes, I won't make the mistake of talking politics on my music stream. Oh, shit. Again, I don't brag often, but I think tonight I can brag on this. I am one of the best fucking conservative debaters out there, and I've been reduced to hitting the button on a whip song. Is what I've been reduced to on stream. If I debated like Norm Eisen and, Cenk Uygur and Mehdi Hassan, I wouldn't have made 1/10 of the music. Or the music. The fucking... I'm whipping the donations I would have got if I'd done that. That's what I've been reduced to. Now, it's so weird to say this, but one positive note is probably the crew that wants the whip song, maybe they won't have money in the future days to donate for the whip song, that their whip song budget could have been used in totality tonight. So we could have crested the wave, and we won't have to worry as much. Maybe. Also, at one point tonight, I was like, oh, here's something I'm doing. I got my little, grip thing, and I was like, every time the whip song plays, I'll like do 5 reps on one hand with whip song. Like, I couldn't do it anymore. My arm's like going to fall off. Still going, but some plays it, Rob leaves. So, request Sarah play the whip song as your entry into every debate. By the way, we're only 6% away from 800%. I think we could at least do that. We're still going for 1,000%, but also, I've never desperately checked my PayPal and stuff so much as I have tonight. Like, please, someone, please donate money. Someone's gonna donate the new $200 to stop it. Look at this. Can you believe this? Totally appropriate. Tiggle, $20 donation. Thank you. Says I applied for a new credit card. Thanks, Tiggle. Appreciate it. But notice that put us right at 800% too. Appropriate that Tiggle would be the one to put us there. Thank you, Tiggle. I appreciate it. You've been.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gone.
don't know who did the math that I was just taking for granted that said we had 35 songs, but now I could do the math. 200% I know is $714. 714 divided by $20 per whip song is, it would take us 36 whip songs from this point. That's where we're at. 36 whip songs to get to 1,000%. I don't think it's doable. Probably EOD. Poor EOD, man. This guy, he just gets 36 whip songs, if played back to back, would be roughly 38 minutes, we'll go with. 37 minutes. I don't see it happening. It'd be better if someone just donated $714. That would be better. I don't even know if you could donate that much on YouTube. But I don't know how late I could stay up. I'm probably going to, unless there's a lot of requests coming in by 3 a.m., I might call it quits at 3 a.m. Yeah, well, I suck at math too. All of my mods may suck at math, and yet they're still much better than me. So it's a poor group of mathematicians that, if you're tuning into this stream for math, you've made a mistake. In fact, if you're tuning into this stream for anything other than a ridiculous Lord of the Rings song about whips, you're making a huge mistake. So whether it be math, politics, culture, a handsome guy, good fashion sense, yeah, it's a big mistake. Just whip songs. That's all we're good for. CEOD nails it. 1 + 1 = 357. Spoken like a true lefty, though, you know. Matt sounds racist, so. So we got 14 more minutes. How much money shave the beard? Non-negotiable. Like $1 million. Shave the beard. My wife likes the beard, so the beard stays. She also thinks I look like other people without the beard, so. Oh, it's been a fun one, though. I did win all the debates, so now we've resorted to this. Ah, man. What a night. It's whip doctrine. That's good. Where there's a whip, where there's a 5K. I don't know that we're making it to 5K tonight. If we made it to 3,570, there you go. 2 baby mamas will muster up a mill. Yeah, we'll stay with you till 3 a.m. And then if there's a bunch of song requests at that point, then we'll see what we're doing. But what a night. Who's streaming this evening? Let's see. Emmett. Sounds good. 20 + 20 = 240. There we go. A-Biz? I didn't see him on there. I saw Emmett streaming. Yeah, there we go. Abe nails it. Common Core Math for the win, baby. Yeah. No child left behind. We're a generation of no child left behinders. Good stuff. Emmett was fun the other night in the show. Ask Emmett about the economic model of just playing one whip song over and over again. Surely that'll work for like a country. Like Venezuela could get themselves out of debt. Instead of like mass exporting oil or something like that, they could just play whip songs for donations. Sounds feasible. Are they going to work out? I had stuff to talk about. The next thing I was going to talk about was this video of this black dad telling his kid not to take any shit and punch people, which is grotesque. But that was it. That's where I was going next. But at this point, I'm not going to start it at 2:45 a.m. You know, so instead I'm just doing hand exercises here. I'm going to have Popeye arms. Tiggle, $50. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Ridiculously generous. Says the stream is now Whip Calculus 101. I'll tell you what I'll do. Yeah, That's only fair. That's fair. For 50, we'll...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Oh, wait. Whoa.
There's a way.
Whoa.
Where there's a whip.
We ain't doing that. We're not, once is enough there. Thank you, Tiggle. Man, unbelievable. Crazy generous. Thank you so much. Look, if 2 of you donate $500, we'll get to 1,000% of our goal. You know, even when you're kicking ass, you still get messages like this. Look at this shit. Look what's happening over at Twitch. I get this. Best viewers on stream, bro. Thanks so much, bot that's trying to get me to bot my fucking viewers. I'm doing just fine, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the 2 people watching on Twitch that are like, what the fuck is this? What is happening? And I can only imagine what the kick people are thinking right now. Yeah. The whip song almost did. No! That's not worth 2 whip songs. It's worth 1 fancy whip song. Technically, the rules are I didn't even have to play any whip songs. Man, you people are greedy. I thought I was greedy. Always grifting. But no. Jeez Louise. If you greedy bastards want more whip songs, then pay the money. I've taken it on the chin tonight. I'll fully admit that. That's true. But for goodness sakes. Of course, there's going to be a little backlash for playing so much Lash back to back. See, look at this. These people are punishing me with some puns there. Now, that's not changing whip rules. That's not changing. It's always been $20. $10 doesn't do it. $30 doesn't do it. It's always been $20. Now, untrue. I'm not releasing the Whipstein files. All right. Now that's fair. Miggy, thank you so much, man. Always appreciate it. Thank you, Miggy. $20 says, play it, Rob. Fair enough. The $20.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Thank you so much, Miggy. What were we talking about? I feel like we were talking about... Oh, yeah, whip songs. That's it. That's what we were talking about. The whip song. I forgot there for a minute. I thought maybe we were talking about something. No, just whip song. That's what we were talking about. Whip song. I share a driveway with my neighbor. He was gone this week, so I was taking his mail in. He's fucking badass. He's a Marine vet. Fucking great dude, man. Ripped as shit. Cool guy. How's the stream been going, Rob? That's what he says to me today. He's just back from vacation. Pretty good. Any big debates or anything? He's big conservative. Yeah, I got some things coming up, So what have you been talking about it? And I shit you not, my wife was there to hear me to say this. I was like, well, basically I play this whip song now. That's what I'm doing. And he's like, huh? And I was like, yeah, there's this song from an old Lord of the Rings movie. It's kind of encouraging the people to march to war. And I play that song and people send money. And he's like, why? And I was like, I don't know. I don't really know why. So my neighbor's just like, oh, okay. What am I going to do when I go to my son's school and it's like, career day? Oh, what's your father do? Well, he has a YouTube channel and he starts talking about an issue. And then about 5 minutes into the show, his audience starts donating money to play this song. And then that's it. For the next 4 hours, they just play that song. And that's it. And then, he'll be ashamed and, all of his classmates will laugh at him and their parents will come in. And I'll say, Hank, here's the deal. It might be a shameful way to make a living. But damn it, your dad probably makes more money playing that whip song than all those assholes. So enjoy your nice new clothes and house and all of that stuff. So, it'll work out at the end of the day. Also, my Marine friend told me a funny story about they were at a bar and he ran into an Army guy who was talking shit in the Marines. And all of a sudden, 5 people stood up, including him, that didn't know each other, that all happened to be ex-Marine. It's like, what? I was like, that would be a little intimidating. Start talking shit in Marines and it's they're just popping out of the woodwork like, what'd you just say? But anyways, that's where we're at. I don't think we're going to make it to 1,000% of the goal. Maybe I was that Army guy. So I don't think we're going to get to 1,000% of the goal. I don't think I could complain at all about that. Tiggle, unbelievable. Thank you so much, man. You're unbelievable. Wow, incredibly generous, man. $50 says, for the shame and the grift, but many the shame. It's true. Thank you, Tiggle.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. Blaster Pots. Thank you, man. Blaster Pot, $20. Thank you. Unbelievable. You guys have been incredibly generous. $20 says Dino Toys make up for everything. That's right. He can be proud knowing that his dad's making money to buy him Dino.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Blaster Butt. Tiggle, back again. Another $20. Tiggle, man, thank you. You and Blaster Butt crushing it right now. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. You guys have been incredible.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Oh, all right. Did we get it? Sends, forehead. Man, thank you so much, man. $4.41. Thank you, man. Whip doctrine. Force is only applied by he who possesses the whip and is known as the Lord of the Lash. If we don't want to go to war, the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. True words have never been spoken. Tiggle, $20. I'm starting to like the song again. It's weird. I'm getting delirious. It's late. Man, damn. Thank you so much, Tiggle. $20 says, I'm in the same time zone work at 5 a.m. This song is fuel. I am, at least, even if I have to hear this song a bajillion times, at least I hope it's bringing people happiness.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. Glad it's helping you through work there. I love the fact that I got some real fucking workers that watch my show. I really do. I love the call-in show I do. I got a bunch of truck drivers that call in. I got a bunch of welders that call in. It's truly amazing. You guys aren't going to believe this, but I shit you not. I'm actually doing like debate prep while I'm listening to whip songs. It's true. I've decided that if I keep my arms are tired now for doing the grip thing. I got other ones here. I got this guy. You just like that. It's supposed to help. But I'm also doing a little bit of debate prep. Not a lot, just little periphery notes I'm writing down about a particular debate that may or may not be happening in the future. So it's 3:04 in the a.m. You're watching Oh no. You're watching the Whip Show. William Kramer Jr. Whale of the channel, one-time dono of $2,000. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Says, for $40. All hail the Hodge twins. Let's do this right. There's been all kinds of whip song donos. All kinds. Yeehaw. Or yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. All I know is whip. But William, it's fantastic. I really appreciate it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
So thank you for the $40. Now, as you know, $20 will get you one whip song. So far be it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you, William Kramer Jr. Very, very generous this night and always. 863% of our goal. Well, I guess we're close. Close to the 1,000%. Let me make sure no one's donated $200 to stop the whip songs. That would have been a real shame if that came in earlier. Rumble crowd not happy. This is from a long time ago, but this guy says, guys, I actually want to hear him, and I know this pays the bill, but for fuck's sake. Yeah, that about sums it up. That was probably 2.5 hours ago that message was sent. He's not wrong. You know, hey, look at that. A dono comes in. Tiggle Bitty. Man, haven't heard from you in a while. Thanks so much, man. Always incredibly generous. $20 has hit my spending limit. LOL. I didn't know that was a thing. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, well, you could start donating on... You could start donating on Cash App at $Robnoerr or at PayPal at robnoerr. But yes, you know that you're a Chad when you've donated so much to hear a whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. Man, thank you so much. Absolute Chad. Blaster Bud, it's been a while since I heard from you, man. Wow, thank you so much. $20. Says Rob's next debate opponent's going to play the song and make him go catatonic. I don't know if I'll ever get another debate opponent because I think that I'll just be considered someone who knows nothing about anything other than how to play
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Oh. Hey guys, how about this? Tomorrow, though I guess today, since we're at 3 a.m., I'll be streaming at noon or maybe a little after because I got to go talk to a guy about setting up a website and merch. But then at 5 p.m. Eastern time, I will be co-hosting the extravaganza. Andrew Wilson will not be there tomorrow, so I'm going to jump in with Jake Rattlesnake to be a co-host. That'll be exclusively on the Crucible Rumbles channel. So, there you go. Oh, Mr. Alley Cat, man. Great to hear from you. $20. Thank you, man. Says, this is for not playing the Vosh song. Listen, thank you so much. I appreciate people that are donating money to me for not.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alley Cat. Really appreciate it. It's great to hear from you. My lunch is up now. It's been 45 minutes at laughing at this. Thank you, Blasterbot. The whip has taken over the channel. The chat wins. The chat does win. I won't deny it. I lost. I talk shit. But if losing means I make $3,000, that's not bad either. So, you know. Hey, what's up, Jess White? How you doing? This is like OnlyFans money. I suppose. Less shameful, I hope. Though, I don't know. So, I'll wake up tomorrow, take my kid to school. It's 3:15. As long as donos are still coming in, I'll stay up until 4. But if we go a couple minutes without a dono, I'll probably call it quits. So I got to be up with my kid at 7:30. Get my kid to school, 7:30, come back. About an hour to driving to the guy I'm going to talk to about merch. So I'll get down there. I think that's at 9:30. Talk to him. See what happens. Hour drive back. Hopefully get back by noon. Noon to 2, do the call-in show. Call-in show, noon to 2. Then I'll finally take some time to maybe get lunch, talk to my wife for a minute. 2:45 out the door, pick up my son from class, get back. 3:15, hang out with my son until 4. 4, show prep for the extravaganza. 1 hour show prep for the extravaganza. 5 o'clock, do the extravaganza. 5 to 6. 6 o'clock, go downstairs, have dinner with my wife, hang out with my son till 7 or 8. And then nap until I come back on at 10 o'clock. so that I could be here and do this all over with you again tomorrow and play the whip song probably 5,000 times again. It's a full day. I gotta say. You have to be alive to stream too. I could just set an algo up to hit the whip song every time someone donates. Sleep is overrated. That's true. Agreed. For me, at least. For tomorrow, at least. 3 hours of sleep's a luxury. Thank you. I will take that luxury. So, but listen, we're gonna crack out early if there ain't more donations coming in. Yeah, I probably won't sleep much anyways because I'll be having nightmares. 1340 $1,340 just from the whip song. Damn. Weekend at Whip Songs. Yes. Lord of the Whip Song. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Whip Songs. The Terminator. Parentheses. Whip Song. You know, you get the Jurassic Whip Song. I know, James. Don't worry. You'll see me tomorrow. You'll be like, damn, Rob's on fire. What's he doing? I have my secrets. It's called I like what I do. So I get excited, especially when I'm doing the call-ins, the debates, and stuff like that. But I also, here's a little secret I have. I got these energy drink things. Energy Rush. Is it past 3 a.m. and you're tired and losing your mind because you've been playing a whip song all night? Try Energy Rush. It gives you that energy you need to get through those long sleepless nights where you're just playing a whip song over and over again. That's Energy Rush. Pick it up at your local stores today. Yeah, fuck this on. Now, I might be a loser tonight, but I didn't lose this bad. $357 a day is highly unreasonable. How'd them apples taste in Austin Hall from 2 days ago? Huh? How you like that? What do you think about that, Parker? Yeah, that's what I thought. Eh? John Bolton, anything to say? Oh. Sorry about your luck, Mr. Bolton. All right. Go Rams says I'm the best. I know I told you, Go Rams, I would call you after the stream, but I'll be honest, I'm probably going to go straight to bed. Energy Rush, send me free stuff. Average Reddit, thanks for becoming a member, man. Really appreciate it. John Bolton did not look too happy about the team whip thirst. It's funny. All right. We'll give it we'll put a minute in the clock or something. It's 3:17 a.m. 3:20 if we don't get another dono, I'm out. I think that people could live with that. I've been shamed long enough. I don't think we're going to get to 1,000% of the dono goal. It's a shame. It's a shame. $3,570. I don't know that we'll have a chance to get there anytime soon. Maybe. But this would have been the night. I mean, we're close enough. We're only 120% away. I mean, a $500 dono would take us there. Well, but what can I do? I can't stay up until 6 a.m. We'll see. We'll see if we beat Dean this month. This was an epic stream. It was fucking epic. It really was. A little lightning in a bottle, thanks to some good mods and an insanely good chat. Checking something here real quick. 25 more whip songs. There you go. There's the spirit. Let's see. I'm calling Rob. I'm going to need a new whip if I don't clean this one. That's funny. Got to get to at least over 900. That'd be nice. Oh, Miggy, you maniac. $20. Thank you, Miggy. Says, one more for the road, boys. Maggie, it's always a pleasure. I love it when you call in. And thank you so much for.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's foremen.
That's it. Greg says we'll need a miracle to get to 1,000% of the goal. A miracle whip. That's good. Zen's forehead, $5 says mods, match me. To which my brother just said, no. Thank you, Zen's forehead. Oh, shit. What a night. My goodness. Well, still checking Cash App or like still, even at this late hour, it's like someone's gonna donate $200 so I don't have to play the whip song anymore. Oh man. Oh, it's been a night. Oh, Achilles, look at that. $5, man. Really appreciate it. Listen, the mods do enough. Zen, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. Same with you, Achilles, but all of my mods are great. No need to send money. Wade Boggs. Oh man, thank you, Wade. $20. Says, all right, fine. One more. Wade, I gotta say, a true G, man. Thanks so much for sticking.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's foremen.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Wade. Man, I thank you for all the kind words too, everyone. You guys are the best. You really are. We're at 894%. That's close to 900. It's close. We're almost there. I think we can get to 900%. That's doable, right? You need to properly grip a whip to whip a whip properly. Makes sense? This was a legendary stream. We're close. I think we can get to 900%. I don't quite know what the dollars would be to make it to 900%, but it's close. You know? It's close. Let's see here. 6% to 900. We could whip up some donations to get to 6%. Thanks, Crucible Crusader. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. All of you guys. Dono record for sure. Yeah, it's definitely for YouTube. Now, William Kramer Jr. did give a $2,000 donation on PayPal one night. And that was amongst a bunch of other donations that I was getting that night. But yeah, this, I don't know if this passed that. It's got to be close. Damn. What a stream. I whipped a cream, but it's just ice now. Stupid whip. I'm going to whip it. Everybody's whipping. Whip, 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 whip. $23.05. Oh, that'll get you a whip song. If requested. Freeze it instead. $23.05. Oh, it was Cash App. My mistake. Sorry, William. Now I feel like I'm obligated to stick around for the 900%. Then, of course, we're only $357 away from 1,000. Sir Chad William and his Chad-tastic dono. True. Forward. I've lost my mind. I'm between being tired and being whipped out. I've lost my mind. Oh, we're doing go forward, move ahead. Now you can something. It's not too late. So whip it. Whip it good. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, man. I don't know, guys. We are $378 away. No. Like $380. Is that it? Something like that. $381 away from our revised goal of 1,000% of our goal. $381. That's doable. Now, here's why it's not doable, though. Here's why. Because everyone that's insane enough to donate that much money already has and is... It's not even that they don't have money at this point. It's that YouTube won't let them donate anymore. And even if someone generously donates on another platform, it's not going to move our super chat goal. So I don't think it's possible. It would have to be a new person that would be like, all right, I'll donate $381. And Austin Hall would never let it happen. That's true. Of course, are we not, men? We are numbers away from 1,000%. So I just don't think it's possible. As cool as it would be. Like, imagine you start, you're like, I'm going to hike today. I'm going to go for a hike, right? And all of a sudden you find yourself 9/10 of the way up Mount Everest. And you're like, holy shit, I was just going for a hike, and now I'm achieving this great thing. But you're like, yeah, I can't make it that 10% higher. That's where we're at. That's what's happened. We started off on a little stream, and we've done so great, but I just think if we're honest, it's time to turn back. I don't think that we could go any further. I just don't think we'll be able to reach the 381 necessary to get to 1,000%. It's been a well-fought battle. NP says, W Rob, keep going. I'm trying. Oh, man. Yeah, I know, William. I think the other night was more donations, too. Maggie, thank you so much, man. Holy cow. Is my mouse dying? If I clicked my mouse so many times tonight that it's dying. Gives $20. Says, whipstitutionalized. All I want was a Pepsi. Maggie, man. You've really crushed it tonight, Miggy. Thank you so much.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash
Yes, I thought that's the band that sang that. Tendencies, word I shouldn't say. Thank you so much. Jacob, United and Create for Life. Thank you so much, Jacob. Gives $1. Thank you. And we're super, super close to 900%. Super close. $50 every stream. Remix it at the least. I don't know what to say, man. I get it, White Rice. I wouldn't even know how to begin remixing a song, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, Kramer. I think you're right, William. 3,500 and just 2 donations that night. Totally agree. What would it be? Like $1? $5 to get to 900%? Yeah, White Rice, I get it, man. We're going to try to make adjustments going forward on the whip song Grift to make it less egregious. But I get it. Night, Joseph. Blessings upon you. We are close. We're close. We're so close to 900% of the goal. It's damn close. No adjustments. I forget how to grift other than just the whip song. Someone should send money. Is that doing it? Hey guys, here's a neat idea. Check this out. What if you sent money in and we got to 900%? That'd be a great idea. Right? That would be cool. Everyone would be like, yeah, great idea. There you go, Average Redhead. Nailed it. They woke up and chose whip violence tonight. Thanks, White Rice. I really appreciate it. By the way, you just took us over 900%. White Rice, $5 says, here's $2 after taxes. Love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, White Rice. We try to do real politics and cultural streaming for the first 2 to 3 hours of the night, and then we putz around. These weekend streams are always like hit or miss anyways. But thank you, White Rice, for the $5. Really appreciate it, man. Really do. I'm glad you appreciate the show. Thank you. Yeah, like, I don't blame you. If I were William and Kat, I would stay away from each other. Well, here we go. I'll make one last sales pitch. Well, normally I do politics streaming and debate. I consider myself a right-winger, probably one of the better right-wing debaters online. So normally I'll either be debating someone or going through talking about cultural topics, political topics, etc. We started out that way tonight. We have this song called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. Came from this Rankin Bass 1970s Lord of the Rings cartoon. We play that song for $20. We've probably played that song 80 times today. It's a 1-minute song. So that's where you're at. For the past 2.5 hours, we've basically played one song on repeat at $20 per donation. If you're new, you would probably think this is the worst show you've ever seen. I assure you, normally I'm a good debater and we're talking about good stuff. But I'm sure you'll catch on here in a second. William Kramer Jr., always so generous. Thank you so much. $20 says, this is what's going on. What he's showing you is that if you give it 20...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay.
master debater joke. See, I could one up it. Good debater. I'm the master debater. So I debated in college. I was pretty good. And one time we went to this event that was a different style of debate. I did policy debate. So we go up to this university, Central Michigan University. I wasn't 21 and my partner was. So he went out and partied, but I stuck around with kids that were on the debate team at Central Michigan. And then we went out and partied, just not at a bar. So we get out there and everyone's like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, debate. And they're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And I went to Clarion University and I was joking around, just having a couple beers. Was like, yeah, we're going to get shirts made that said Clarion Debate. We're master debaters. And then on the back of the shirt, it would say, and we also jerk off a lot. Ha ha ha. That was the joke I always told because the master debater thing. Great. We're master debaters, and we also jerk off a lot. Ha, funny, great, okay? Next day at the university, and my assistant debate coach, it's her alma mater, Central Michigan, and so she's introducing me to a couple professors there, and all of a sudden class is let out. People start walking the halls of this university, and as I'm talking, standing beside my assistant debate coach, who's introducing me to two of her former professors, telling them how much of a good debater I am, someone walks through the hall and says, hey, it's that guy that jerks off a lot. So then I had to try to explain quickly to my assistant debate coach and to these random professors, oh, no, it's not that I jerk off a lot. It's a joke off a pun off of master debater. So there you have it. There's my master debater joke. Listen, we're roughly $350 away from an insane goal of 1,000% of our goal this evening. I don't know when we'll ever be close enough to do this again. So if there was someone out there that had it in their heart to just throw down $350, $352, I think is what it would be. I could be wrong. 300 would be 3535. $320? I don't know. $322. $322. I think is what it would require. I got $6 in my account. Well, I have more than $6 after tonight when that payout comes through. For just 70 cents a day, you too could donate to a whip song. $322. Someone could do it. $335. I don't know. My brain's mush. All I know is whip song. Sleep and whip song. Sleep, whip song. Whip song, sleep. Whip song, no sleep. No sleep, whip song. Yeah, it's starting to get a little weird in my head. Anyways, I'm willing to try to stick it out for a couple more minutes. To shoot for the moon. To reach for the brass ring. $332. Where there's a whip, there's a 332. Now, most of the big donators are already tapped out because YouTube won't let them donate any more money. They would happily do it. Happily. It's just not possible because YouTube won't let them. So is there someone out there? Yeah, the likes are free too. Give it a sub too. Is there someone out there that could give $332? Or three something? That's... whose idea was it to climb Everest in the first place? I don't know, man. I got all disheveled listening to whip songs. I started out on a hike, listened to whip songs for 5 hours, and then found myself near the top of Everest. And at this point, I'd either fall back down the mountain or try to climb over it. The chance of my whipping, I'm right-handed, even though I got a weird half thumb on my right hand. My left hand's got a real thumb, but still right-handed. Yes, I'm lost. Well, aren't we all? $332. Someone could manage it. Someone. That's right. It's Are We Not Men's fault. Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay were the first to reach the summit of Mount Everest on May 9th, 1953. How about that? Didn't Hillary Clinton once claim she was named after Edmund Hillary? and him climbing Everest, but she wasn't born until after he climbed Everest. I mean, before. She was born before he climbed Everest, if I remember. Oh yeah, Black Elk's gonna love watching this stream, I'm sure. All right. Is there anyone out there? $332. And probably get me copyrighted. As if I'm not gonna anyways through the super aggressive, totally obscene profit break. I can't even grift good now. I'm at the last mile of the marathon and I'm like, oh, I'm tired. I don't know what to say. Till we finally run out. We're out of whip coins. That definitely happened. Thank you for the copy pasta. It's actually like 90% in words. I just added a couple little flair, you know. Talk about a Groff stream, huh? This has been a 3-hour obscene profit break. Complain to YouTube. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm just gonna fall asleep here and see if I wake up and we reached 1,000% of the goal. That's an idea. Live to whip another day. Well, thanks. I hope I made him proud. More happy to make him proud doing actual real stuff for the channel. But yeah, I'm trying to be a grifter. Is the whip fling? I can still hear it. Quick movie review. Saw The Good Guys Part 2. The first one was okay. The second one okay too. I think they were both about the same though. If I'm honest, I thought the first movie was better. I always rate kids movies from the perspective of would an adult like it if they were watching it without a kid? Would they get any enjoyment? And then how much did the kid like it? My kid absolutely loved the movie. He thinks it's an interesting concept that the traditional bad guys, snakes and wolves, end up being good guys. Spoiler alert. But he liked that. As an adult, it's like a heist movie. It's not bad. I've certainly seen worse. But yeah. So, not bad. I recommend it if you have a young niece or nephew or kid of your own. But I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it. It's not like, I think like movie like Shrek or Despicable Me, you could probably watch as an adult and still be like, yeah. But well, that song's not on YouTube. I took the audio myself, and then the cartoon video's on X. So there it was, impromptu movie review. All right, guys. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get $332. I don't think it's possible. Sad face. I've heard the whip song 80 times tonight face. Jess is streaming? Oh, okay. I was going to read Emmett. We need 334 and 5 cents anyways. 334 would put us at 359. We only need to get to 3,570. Morale is down again. Yes. 332 would do it. It's a fail stream. All right. We're already raiding Emmett. So, yeah. We'll raid Jess another night. I promise. I didn't know she was streaming tonight. No, I already, they already told Emmett I was coming over. I didn't realize until right now Jess was streaming. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be more whip songs. I think that's how it went. Do I have any whip up? All right. That's it. I'm cashing it out. I have to cash it out. Last chance, $332 to get to 1,000% of the goal. I'm usually a better singer than I am at fucking 8:25 a.m. 8:25 is the date. 3:46 a.m. Damn. Well, all right. $332 going once. $332 going twice. Not sold. That's okay. Thank you so much to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you so much to my mods, Achilles, Zen, EOD, Are We Not Men? You guys crushed it tonight. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. Thank you to everyone who donated. You guys, unbelievable. You know the ones that donated the most. You guys were great. Thank you for teaching me a lesson about having a grift that can run out of control. So I'll have to think about this lesson. But it was an epic one. It really was. We came so close to 1,000% of the goal. All because of you guys. You guys are great. So even though we're not raiding Chess White, I didn't know she was streaming tonight. We had already told Emmett we were coming over here. So I will put up Jess's channel. You guys should check it out. Go give her a sub and a follow. And if you feel like sticking around and listening to the Jess stream tonight, I will guarantee she'll be streaming for hours and hours and hours. So check that out. Oh shit. Maggie, thanks so much. $20 as well. Would you looky there? I found one. Wow, a late last minute whip song. It's really
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
oh man, creeping up. 912%. Wow. Every $20 whip song resets. I don't know, man. I don't know. I might lose my mind by the end of the night. That's too many grifts. That's too much. Griftathon grift. Fucking. Oh, man. Only 88% to go. Yeah, it's true. Why not? $300 will get us $300 would get us to 3,555. $302 is all we need. That's nothing. $302. It's possible. It's very possible. It's a very possible goal. Thanks, Abe, man. Appreciate it. $300. I'll bet if someone sends 300, someone else will be like, fuck it, I'll send 2. I'm guessing. Someone here will say, hey, you know what? Someone throws $300. I'll put $2 in. Can we at least get that? Can we get someone to admit that? That seems reasonable. Someone will throw in the $2. That's the hard part, getting the $2. Then it'll be easy. Once we know that. Once we know someone's willing to put the $2 in. 300 should be easy. Everyone's like, no, I'm good. I put $2 out. I'm good. No, thanks. Tiggle says, I try. I know, man. The YouTube folks are like, nope, no more money for Tiggle. Oh, man, look at that. Drew Phillips, $2. Hot pickle burning my soul, he says. Thank you. That's it. Now wait. Well, we already got the 2, so just throw the 300 in. That's it. A mere 300 now. $300. That'll get us there. 1,000% of the goal. We could do it. It's possible. $3,557. Is that right? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, it's the math crushing me again. Right, that would still not be enough. We would need $313 because I'm an idiot and it's late and all I know is whip song. That's all I know anymore. It's just whip song. 312, is that what we need? 312 can't be right? Maybe? Huh? I don't know. 312, is that right? I don't know. $300 would take us to 3,557. Then we'd need 13 more bucks, right? $313 is what we need. 17 whips. I can't. $313. I'm gonna let you contemplate this. 313. I have to go to the restroom real quick. 313 is the number. I'm gonna go to the restroom. It's gonna be like, oh, there we go. Look at this. Now we need 307. Zach and Kelpie, $5 says, dude, go to bed. I know, Zach. I know. But it's like quitting a marathon with 1 mile to go. Trying to get to 1,000%. Zach, it's great to hear from you, man. Now we need 3. No. So 308. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'm going to come back and be pleasantly surprised that someone donated $308. And everyone's going to go, hi-ya, wah, wah, wah. 6 minutes away, 4 a.m. We're going to shut her down. We need $307. That's what we need to 1,000%. I'm going to go to the restroom. We're going to come back. Someone's going to donate $307 and bam, we're good. I'll be right back. We did go to the Scott Steiner. I sure, I'm not even playing a song. I'm not even playing a song. I'll be right back. Here, we'll play you a song while we're gone. I don't know if you guys heard this one. It's a great one. Here, enjoy. I'll be right back.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. They're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Yeah, where there's a whip, there's a way. Yeah. Woo!
Where there's a whip.
Did it. All right, we're cutting it off early though. That's what happens when we didn't get to our goal. What do we need? $308, $307, 7,040 bucks. I don't know. I don't remember. I was wrong. That's right. Gotcha. All right. 3 minutes left. I'll stay up. I'll stay up 3 more minutes, and then we're calling our quits. We're going to raid over to Emmett. Whip Rave. Brain is mush. Whip song's all I can think about. Too late in the night. Should have been in bed an hour ago. But we played the whip song into the night. That was fun, I guess. We came real close to 1,000%. We just needed $300 and some change. We need a whip emote. We got one. Someone hit him with the whip emote. Bam! I think we have a whip emote, right? Am I crazy? Oh, of course we have a whip emote. Gay, now people call me gay. Whatever. See? There it is. Whip emote. 2 minutes left. $300. If you could force the whip song on the raid. 2 minutes left for $300. One minute left. What a night. It's been a weird one, but a lot of fun. I actually had a blast. I thought it was a ton of fun. You guys are the best. The best audience out there. Stuck with you till 4 a.m. Now listen. We're gonna raid over to Emmett. We're gonna put the little outro song on. And here's what's going to happen. Someone's going to donate $308 during the outro song. And everyone's going to be like, oh, shit. Now, the outro song's like 2 minutes. So you got 2 minutes. And everybody's going to be like, oh, I can't believe it. Someone sent $308 in at the last second. That's what's going to happen. I have a feeling. So thank you, guys. It's really been a special night. I'll be back around noon, maybe a little later tomorrow for a call-in show. Then remember, at 5 p.m. Eastern time, I will be on Rumble co-hosting the extravaganza. So check it out. I think it'll be fun. Enjoy this raid of Emmett. Whoever it is that's been waiting this whole night until the outro, you got like 2 minutes during the outro to give $308. 2 minutes to give $308 to get to 1,000% of the goal. I know it's coming. Thank you, everyone. You guys are the best. We'll talk soon. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the raid of Emmett. As always,